What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, May 2nd, 2025, and we are standing at the Polderbaan, which right now is being used for departures together with the center runway. It is hot, humid, even though the temperature is lower than it was yesterday, or at least it was until now. I'm not sure that it any longer is. The sun has begun to shine over here. Near zero wind. The atmosphere seems to be a bit unstable. I thought there were also some warnings for maybe some showers later in the north of the country. Wouldn't be surprised. Maybe we are going to see some droplets in this part of the country later in the day as well. Right now, things are calm, things are warm. Crows are in the field. It was cloudy until recently. Now the sun has begun to shine. And a lot of flashlights over there. Hadi Marja, goedenavond. Good morning to all who have joined already. Leo, Karsten, Wolfie, Martin Erd, Patrick, Richard, Ovix, You Are Aviator, Bogdan, Bear With Me, Danny, George, Samir, Record Case, Greet, Edwin, Hassan, Charlene, Alex V, good morning. If I saw correctly, we are going to see a departure of a 7478 pretty soon from the center runway. There's an A350 coming this way. That's over there. Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit. I'm also looking on what is happening at the threshold of center, because there's an EasyJet lining up right now, and after that it looks like we are going to see a Nippon Cargo 7478 will leave for Milan. Hopefully it won't coincide with the departure of this A350. Hans Vorst, goedemorgen. Ralf, goedemorgen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Jonathan, good morning. Michael, good morning. Goedemorgen. Everton, goedemorgen. Claudia, good morning. Ron, Z9 queuing. Graveleaf Lewis, good morning. So let's see. The EasyJet is now underway. Center runway. Oh, the sun is warm. Much warmer than yesterday. There's no wind. Absolutely zero wind right here where I'm standing. Hopefully the wind is going to pick up. And Bogdan is celebrating a month of membership. Great show. Great job. Great show. Thank you so much for your support and for your kind words, Bogdan. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come as a member. And if not as a member, then at least as a frequent visitor. Upwards and onwards, mate. And thank you for the kind words and support. Good morning, David. En dankjewel, Samir. Good morning, Roadhouse. So yeah, we have an A350 lining up right here, and we have a 7478 lining up on center. That is piss poor timing. I think the 747 might come first, but their departure is probably going to be very much simultaneous. Yeah, A350 is already spooling up. Okay, yeah, and the 747 is also on the move. God damn it. So we had the first Delta and the first A350 of the show. In fact, it was the very first airplane of the show. I think it was flight 133 to Detroit. And this Nippon Cargo flight 49 to Milan. That is unfortunate timing. Jan-Willem, goedemorgen. Sikosar, good morning. Koen, goedemorgen. Dans, goedemorgen. Wolfie, good morning. Erik, Daniel, good morning. Edwin, goedemorgen. Naomi, goedemorgen. Daniel, goedemorgen. Jackie, goedemorgen. Eversteria, goedemorgen. Good morning. Holy shit, it's absolutely scorching here. There's no wind and it's humid. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke. Pure vertical. Next airplane coming this way, KLM flight 713 to Paramaribo. Hey there Dirkie, goedemorgen. Cole H, good morning. Rob, goedemorgen. Reticent Wife, goedemorgen. KLM flight 713, 777-300 to Paramaribo, the PHBVI coming this way. 12 years old. Meanwhile, 737 to Rome. Took off from center just now. No? A321neo, I think. Did I say 737? Obviously, A321neo. Jack, goedemorgen. Alchemist, good morning. John Norris also back. Good evening, mate. Henk, goedemorgen. KLM flight 713 to Paramaribo. Ah, tractor is coming this way on the cycling path. No, it's not coming. It's holding short. It's waiting for clearance, which apparently it hasn't received yet. Matt, goedemorgen. Jonathan, good morning. Floris, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Peter coming in with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that, Peter. Shiba Dog saying good job while raising his thumb up. Thank you for the super sticker and the support, mate. Good morning to you too. So yeah, the sun has begun to shine over here. It was cloudy and nice and doable temperature-wise over here before the sun started to shine. Now we need some wind, some refreshing wind. Donald is doing morning cardio here in the water. Not seeing any other birds in the water just yet. For now it's just Donald doing morning rounds. Triple 7 is pulling up. 777-300 to Paramaribo in Curaçao. Suriname, of course. We have an Embraer 190 after that, going to Gdansk in Poland. First up, KLM flight 713. Ah, I feel some breeze in my back. Lovely. If very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. It is a cavalcade day, but cavalcade doesn't necessarily mean blue skies. To the contrary, today actually more clouds in the sky than blue. Although the sun right now is shining over here, as you can see. There's a lot of cloudiness in the sky. This is looking to the south, looking to the west, looking to the east, and looking to the north. Now looking to the northeast, I think there is a shower in the making, perhaps. Higher humidity, more instability in the atmosphere. Good morning, Rob H. Sven, goedemorgen. Bob, good morning. Captain Jerry, good morning. Embraer 190 to Gdansk. Air France Bombardier C-Series 300 to Paris. A220. Werner, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Scott, good day, mate. Hope you've been well. Bob, good evening. Happy Poets Day to you too. Aviation Edits, good morning. And thank you for the kind words. Jolanda, goedemorgen. DNK, ha! Good morning. And DNK is going to take the KL635 to Las Vegas in a bit. Are you seated on the left-hand side, mate? If you are, shine the light and please let us know where we can find you. Front or back of the airplane, in other words. Helps to locate passengers flashing their lights, their torches. De Benjudo, goedemorgen. Mr. Doan, good morning. Shamrock flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland, over here. E2 Embraer to Berlin, over here. And an E2 Embraer from KLM will also be leaving from Polderbaan after Shamrock. So this is Aer Lingus, aka Shamrock, flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland. A320. Registration EIDER, either. Either it flies or it doesn't. The airplane is 19 years old already, first flight was in October 2005. Parallel departures in progress. 737 leaving over there to Marseille, KLM flight 1465. Also a massive big thank you, Paul, for gifting a membership just now. See that Gary Brown is the recipient of the gifted membership. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Gary. Don't forget to say thank you to Paul for your gifted membership. You have now access to custom emojis, 32 of them for an entire month. Plus you can also cast your vote in the 6 polls that are currently running, the first round polls, to determine which will be the eventual 30-second custom emoji. Welcome, Gary, and thank you, Paul. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1231 to Göteborg underway. Next up we are going to see Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Finally a little bit of a breeze. You can also see that the reeds have begun moving, although the water is still like a mirror. Luckily a bit of a breeze now from north to south. It feels like it's coming from behind. Now pointing the camera to the south. Before Delta we are going to see a cheater on Cheater's Lane. And did I say A330? It is an A350. Second A350, second Delta of the show. I like those percentages. So number 190 KLM, flight 1185 in Cheater's Lane, which will be leaving for Kristiansand before the A350 from Delta. Registration PHEZV. 13-year-old airplane hailing from the year 2012, month not specified on flight radar. Hadi Douwe, goedemorgen. Mary, goedemorgen. Roy, goedemorgen. Michael, goedemorgen. Peter asks, do you have the shorts on? Yeah, t-shirt and or no, polo and shorts. And it is still too warm. If the wind stops blowing, it'll be too warm to stick to hold out. It's absolutely humid and warmer than it felt yesterday. Even though yesterday we had blue skies all over, high humidity. Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota, A350-900, November 508, Delta November, 7 years old already, hailing from 2018 this airplane. Brake dust, poof, gear retraction, voila, and there you go. The bird control K2 chilling and relaxing over there. In the meantime, a big congratulations to Captain Jerry Donnelly, celebrating 25 months of membership, and he says, vote captain, my captain. That's a call to all the members to cast your vote in the polls for the custom emoji competition. Well, competition, it's basically an election. Jerome, thank you so much for your continued support. I'm always happy to see you in the chat. Always good for some nice banter. And I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. But I've got the sneaky suspicion you will. Thank you so much for all the banter and all the fun we've had over the 25 months and before. Captain Jerry Donnelly, our second member to reach 25 months of membership. BizJet going to BFI. That is Seattle. This is NetJets. And this is a Bombardier Global 6000. Small BizJet. Bottom of the range. It's the November 142 Quebec Seattle Sierra. 13 years old. Began its career somewhere in 2012, month not specified on flight radar. Good morning, Rosie Groovy. Erik, goedemorgen. Ari, ohayo gozaimasu, good morning. George T, good morning. Danny, goedemorgen. Yeah, indeed. Then he writes in Dutch, and then to think that from Sunday we need the winter coat again. 12 degrees C maximum temperature for Sunday, plus maybe rain, plus more wind from the north. Well, I hope it's going to stay dry. Temperature is something we can dress for, low temperature. Precipitation is a bit more difficult to shield against. Steven also back in the chat, good morning. RL, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Right, tiny bizjet, just a Global 6000. These things are almost as big as Embraer 170s. Lovely to see. Bit smoky. Bit smoky. All right, so flyby of Daisy. Triple in the background landing. Was that all? No, it's Donald, by the way. Thought it was Daisy. That was Donald. Absolutely sure. So, what else is in store? The 737-900 SkyTeam livery KLM. Another 737 regular livery to Dublin, Ireland. And KLM flight 601 to LAX over there. Good morning, sweetie. Good morning, JWB. Good morning to all others who have joined. Oh. Nice to see how those birds are practicing their flying and their evasive maneuvers. That's a good skill to acquire and keep sharp before the next round of hunters in fall will be coming. This is KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. 737-900, the PHBXO, one of two remaining airplanes of KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery. "23 years old already, first flight June 2001. Hey there, the cat, good morning. Andy Q, good evening, mate. Welcome back. This is KLM flight 1137 to Dublin, Ireland. That's a 737-800. The PHBXY. Bravo X-ray Yankee. 17 years old. First flight January 2008. What's that? Garbage delivery. Garbage delivery, garbage pickup. Good morning, Juan Carlos. Hans, good morning. Eloy, good morning. Ewald, good morning. Oh, apologies, Andy. This is KLM flight 601, ready to depart to LAX. 787-10 Dreamliner. The PHBKF. 5 years old, first flight December 2019. And what else is coming this way? The flight to San Francisco is also not too far away. There is a KLM 737 first sandwiched in between the two. Well, sandwiched. Plenty of spatial separation. Yeah, so status quo over here. The sun is still shining. The wind unfortunately has stopped blowing again. Actually really clammy and humid here. Clouds all around me, but not where the sun is shining. Hooray! The airplane we're now seeing is KLM flight 1269. That's going to leave for Copenhagen. It's a 737-800. We have KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. That is a 777-200. KLM flight 741 to Bogota is coming this way as well. Taxiing alongside the center runway. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner. Air Baltic will be leaving for Tallinn via the Polderbaan pretty soon. That's the 4th airplane to come this way. Right. So contrails are visible. Thought I heard something pass overhead. The contrail already is a bit further away. You have to look closely. Good morning, Rick, who's tuning in from Aruba. Paul Kremers, good morning. Good morning, Clouds. Good morning, Arnold. KLM flight 1269 to Copenhagen, 737-800, the PHBXL, 24 years old, first flight September 2000. And Cole and a couple of friends are coming over next week. Well, weather permitting, I should be out streaming on those days, so maybe we'll bump into one another then. I'm pretty static over here. My setup, not mobile once set up, so I guess you'll be doing the bumping into me then. Moorhen, I think. Where did I see it? That's with the partially red beak. Oh, no. Wanted to go to auto focus. There we go. Big chunk of its beak is red. Lovely to see. Meanwhile, KLM flight 605 to San Francisco has been preparing and is now spooling up to go to San Francisco. You can already hear the low growl of the engines of the 200. The PHBQM, that's Bravo Quebec Mike, 19-year-old airplane, first flight March 2006, KLM Asia. Flying to San Francisco. That's in the west of the United States of Asia. And you can see it is KLM Asia and that they are inspired by Chinese 777s, have dirty flaps often. KLM, on the other hand, usually has pristine flap surfaces on their wide bodies, so you can definitely see the influence of hanging around with the wrong crowd. KLM flight 741 to Bogota on the far end of your screen is now making its way over to the threshold, and it looks like Air Baltic is following. Yeah, sure looks like it. Smart move call to hire a car to get around using a cycle or bicycle or public transportation is absolutely hard. It's making it unnecessarily challenging for yourself. And also a massive big thank you to Just Play Nuts, aka Steven, for your very generous super chat there. He writes, happy sunshine, we have thunderstorms today, but it's Friday. It certainly is Friday. Now over here, looking around, particularly, well, now it's no longer visible. I thought I saw a cumulonimbus cloud in the northeast earlier in the show. It's not going to stay dry in the entirety of the Netherlands all throughout the day, I can assure you. I think we are also in for some showers later in the day, particularly. I thought they said it was the north that was mostly going to get them, but guess Rick Meester has been practicing his rain dances. Steven, thank you so much for the support, mate. You really didn't have to do that. This is KLM flight 741 to Bogota, 787-10 Dreamliner. The PHBKD, Bravo Kilo Delta. 5 years old, first flight November 2019. Howdy Ricardo, goedemorgen. Good morning Sean. Wouter, good morning. So that was the KLM Dreamliner going to Bogota. That's in Colombia, which is right next to Ecuador. But you already knew that. I know you did. Air Baltic up next. Ballin and Tallinn. Flight 858. It's the Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Mike, 2 years old, first flight December 2022. And after that, a 787-10 to Houston in Texas. There it is. KLM flight 661. And after that, a Delta A330-300. Yeah, this time around an actual A330. Also here, Dash 8-100 Coast Guard. Flying to the west. Time for a coastal patrol. 37-year-old airplane. Still with a Canadian registration, interestingly. Meanwhile, the Dreamliner is pulling up. You might be able to hear it. No, I said Dreamliner. Spoke too soon. It is first the Air Baltic A220. Good morning, Tin Win Myint. Andy Joy, good morning and welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left right now, in use for departures. Parallel departures in progress until approximately 11, from 11 until 11:40, just this runway. Parallel departures once again from 11:40 until approximately 1 o'clock. That is to say, if the runway use doesn't change, which I'm not sure that it will, which is why I didn't go to the Kaagbaan, because I wasn't too sure. There was a bias for winds from the west, and I'm not sure if they're going to use the Kaagbaan for arrivals with a lot of westerly wind, because that would mean tailwind. Thought at least one thing that's reasonably certain is that Polderbaan will be used regardless of the wind direction. And this is an optimal location for both arrivals and departures, so this is KLM flight 1031 to Person-Chester, A321neo, Fax A, the very first of the fleet. Definitely am hearing something passing overhead. I'm looking, but I'm not seeing any contrails right now. That is a bummer. Now, big picture wise, this is what it looks like. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the west. Looking to the east, things look like so. The sun now shining uninterruptedly, nothing in front of it. This is looking to the south. High humidity, very little wind. Hey there, German Monster, guten Morgen. This is KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas, a 787-10 Dreamliner. This was the PHBKM. First flight was in May 2023. So it's turning 2 this month. Parallel arrival. Donald and Daisy have arrived. Delta is turning onto the runway. Indeed, AMS logo. Indeed. Delta Airlines flight 47 and now lined up ready to go to New York, JFK. The Coots were walking on water. That was absolutely great to see. Using their flappy wings to actually use their feet to walk over the water. It looked like Jesus had returned. Delta Airlines flight 47 airborne on its way to New York, JFK, A330-300. Registration November 815, November Whiskey. 18-year-old airplane. First flight January 2007. Hey there, NJ, good morning. Welcome back. Louis, Roadhouse, good morning. Vliegtuig Schiphol, good morning. Karsten, good morning. Karsten, signing off. Thanks for stopping by, Karsten. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. This is KLM flight 787 to Sint Maarten. That's an A330, no 200. The PHAOA. 19 years old, first flight August 2005. In my mind's eye, I always hear the airplane moan to pull in the gear. So heavy. Made it. Whew. Now I need a break. So slow, so slow. Hey Machiavelli, good morning. Marcel, goedemorgen. Kennis Chef Chris, good morning. And Jay, good morning. Mike Wild, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Departures here at Schiphol Airport. Now a couple of narrow bodies. Time for a sip of vodka. All right. Let's see. This is KLM flight 1293 to Billund. Dropping off the bills in Billund. E2 Embraer 195. The lights are on. Shutdown is about to begin. Registration PHNXK, November X-ray Kilo. Airplane 3 years old, first flight March 2022. Or... oh yeah. Just about here. The moaning of the gear turbofan engines. They're spooling up. Yeah. Takeoff thrust has been set. Paul H, good morning. Welcome back. Lisa, goedemorgen. And Dan says that there is a Saudi cargo 747 that popped up on the cargo terminal. Where is it destined to go to? In other words, will we be able to see it over here, or will it also take off from the center runway? D2 is gone. Riyadh. Well, I hope that Saudi Cargo will take it easy. Wait until approximately 11 o'clock before actually going. Fat chance it's going to go to the center runway if it takes off between now and 11. Then again, coming alive on flight radar on the platform doesn't necessarily mean it is gone already in a couple of minutes. So, fingers crossed, it'll take its sweet time. And we'll only start taxiing towards the runway a few minutes to 11, or better yet, a few minutes past 11. KLM Embraer 175 to Stavanger, flight 1175. Over 80, guten Morgen. Air Baltic to Vilnius will be next after this. If all is well, there should also be an A340 coming this way sometime soon, if it isn't already on the move. Oh yeah, it has been pushed back. Suriname flight 993 to Paramaribo. The thumbnail already gave it a little away. Departures from the Polderbaan with the A340 is what I was hoping for. So that is also coming this way. In the meantime, we have another Air Baltic A220-300 Bombardier C-Series flight 962 to Vilnius. YL ABT, the registration. A year old, first flight December 2023, and what a machine. If you guys are enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people and promote the channel's content to those who might also be interested in live streams like these, but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Even though we recently crossed through 30k subscribers, we are still relatively small and there's a lot of potential audience to be had. And your likes and subscriptions help a lot to promote the channel to new people who might also want to join our awesome community. Parallel departures in progress right now. Next airplane to come this way is EasyJet to Manchester. Quite a few airplanes are on the move already. There is a 777-200 to Kilimanjaro now lined up on center, which is coming this way. While we're waiting for EasyJet, we can have a look at it in a few moments. Should be on the move according to flight radar. KLM flight 567 to Kilimanjaro. There it is. That is a 777-200 or another airplane that earlier departed from the center runway, and salvation is near. The sun is now hiding behind clouds temporarily, and that gives me a breather in the temperature department because it was getting really clammy here. Still hardly any wind. The reeds, as you can see, not moving, nor is the water. Yeah, just the ripples, but not ripples caused by any wind. A lot of verticality in the chimney smoke today, which yesterday we established probably is partially, if not completely, water vapor. Paul also back in the chat, good to see you. Lance also back in the chat, good to see you, lads. More wide bodies leaving from the center runway. The A340 is on the move, it is coming this way. And first up over here, EasyJet to Manchester. Flight 22162. That's an A320, 12 years old. Up, and away. A warm welcome to all who have joined. Rigoberto, good morning. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. It's a high humidity day here at Schiphol Airport. Temperatures are pretty high. Let us have a look on the weather. See what the METAR has been saying. METAR in the ticker was indicating a slight breeze from the east to southeast, 20 degrees C's already, 3 knots of wind. It doesn't feel like 3 knots at all, and a refresh will tell us that the wind is variable, 2 knots, 22 degrees C, still KVK. So there you go, KVK doesn't necessarily always equate blue skies. It just means that the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport is clear of visual impediments in the form of clouds and or precipitation. So we are having warm and humid conditions over here. There might actually be a few rain showers later in the day. I thought they said mostly in the north. This is what the north currently looks like. The west currently looking like this. Here at Schiphol, the east looks like so. Right between more openness and more cloudiness. Now there's also more openness a little bit to the southwest. This is looking to the southwest. This is looking to the south directly, in line with the runway. On paper today should be a bit cooler than it turned out to become yesterday. Yesterday in the end of the afternoon, the high at Schiphol was 27°C. I think I ended the stream yesterday here when the temperatures had climbed to around 25°C or so. At least there was a bit of wind at the end. Right now, no wind whatsoever, more humidity, and actually feels subjectively warmer today than it was yesterday. At moments there's a bit of a breeze. This is an A321neo from KLM going to London City. We saw fax A earlier, this is fax B. Will the next A321neo from KLM that we are going to see in the stream be fax C, I wonder? That should be nice. Alright, now let's have a look and see what is happening on center. That 747 to Riyadh is still not moving. That's good news. Just keep standing there. It has been pushed back. Hopefully it is going to take its sweet time, so that we can see it from Polderbaan instead of center. Center remains open for departures until approximately 11. And then a short stint of 40 minutes where just Polderbaan is open for departures, and everything outbound that time will take off from this runway. Here we have BA flight 429, an A320 to London Heathrow. We have Delta coming in. SLM is also coming. There's a Ryanair between Delta and SLM. So narrow body, wide body, narrow body, wide body. A nice mix of different airplane types and sizes and sounds and climb rates. Jetstream Journeys, good morning. Dutch Flight Simmer, good morning. Good morning, Jay, who should be sleeping. And I know, Maria, that it has been assigned to center. I thought you guys mentioned it before already, but that can still change. Fingers crossed it will. Here we have Delta Airlines flight 143 to Seattle, Washington, an A330neo. So we've had two Delta A350s already. I think this is going to be the first neo of the show, or have we seen more than one already? And one A330-300, I believe. Mr. Olding also back in the chat. Good morning, Peter. Sug, good morning. From the KLM OCC. And Redison Guy also in the chat. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at a humid and calm Polderbaan, where departures take place. And arrivals to 06 in the background, EasyJet, as you can see. This Sunday it is set to become only 12 degrees or so. That's the day high. Might see some precipitation. Plus more wind from the north. Good thing I always have my hand warmer nearby. And my heated gloves in case of need. Steven is having caffeinated vodka. I'm having some decaf here. This is Delta Airlines flight 143 to Seattle, Washington. Now spooling up. A330neo. Registration November 430 Delta X-ray. Brand new airplane. Started flying last August, so still a few more months to go before it's going to turn 1. Getting in that gear, so heavy. Move so slowly. Always makes it seem to me as if it is such a chore to get in that main gear. On A330s it goes so slowly. Okay. Yeah. How do you like to travel? With my door open and hanging out. What is that? That's an interesting way to move about. Okay. Good morning, Michael. And good morning, Jill. So yeah. Here's the A340. And we have Ryanair to Dublin first taking off here. 737-800. Flight 31001. Definitely I'm hearing something passing by overhead, but I'm not seeing anything. So apparently whatever is passing by is flying above the clouds. Good morning, Peter. Good morning to all others. Malky, good morning. Kicking the birds, Rob says. German Air Force Hercules at 24K. Thanks, Malky. That explains why I wasn't able to see it, but I was able to hear it. Question is, will EasyJet precede the A340? The answer, I would say, is almost certainly yes. Nice reflection on the tower over there. I think we can now confirm that the EasyJet is using Cheater's Lane. Now, there was an A747 earlier that was supposed to go to center. Right now I'm not seeing it on Flight Radar anymore. Where is it approximately? Good morning, it's me, Mike, who's tuning in from a bit further to the northeast of here. Ilde. Been there for a week once for KLM Flight Academy selections. Well, no, I've been there a couple of times. Also for an information day and also for an interview. Used to stay at the NH Hotel in Haren, but that's no longer there, I recently saw. Now a dime in the dozen Congress Center, I think. Right, time for that thumbnail departure. SLM flight 993. Will it levitate? Will it actually get off the ground? The A340-600 to Paramaribo. Here it is. Obviously, we already know the registration of this airplane. It is the DAUS, the Delta Alpha Uniform.
Morgen.
Hey, morgen! Just in time.
Ja.
Ground crew has arrived in the form of Jendrusek and Lorenzo.
Hallo.
Morning, lads.
Ja, alles goed. Is goed?
Is goed, is goed. Quick, quick, make a photo.
Hoppa.
The DAUS is coming. She's 21 years old. The first flight was in December 2003. Jendrusek, I'm already getting warm looking at you, and that's not because of the way you look aesthetically, but because of the way you're dressed.
Ja.
Jeans, what?
Polderbaan.
Polderbaan, yeah. Do you also have hand gloves with you?
Yes.
Using all the runway it needs. It's rotating. It's off the ground. Whoa, yeah.
If it's smart, it's an housewives.
And now comes in the gear. Now comes the gear retraction.
Kijk eens. Wat is wat? Even klaar.
So difficult.
Niks.
So Jendrusek has arrived here, but wearing jeans,
Yes.
while it's actually extremely warm and humid. There you go. This is the climb rate. A filled 747 doesn't climb that much faster.
Ik heb geen bril bij me. Ik ga er nu nog niet naar kijken. Geen zin in. Waarschijnlijk is er dan iets in het menu uitgegaan. Althans. Ja, kijk, zie je.
There you go.
De foto's waren gewoon te donker. Ja, het stond nog ingesteld op de vorige keer. Op zonsverduistering.
Pictures failed.
Ja, maar
Oh dear.
it was still on the solar eclipse.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
You need different settings for a solar eclipse. Absolutely.
And the battery is empty, so that helps.
Hey, I feel a droplet on my hand.
Maybe it's just with your own.
It's my sweat.
Yeah, it's not sweat.
My sweat from the long jeans.
No, from the run
Yes.
in the long jeans.
Third
I
A350
feel
of the show. Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta is moving to the runway threshold. Let's see what else is here. And that's a Lot Embraer 175.
Nou, batterij.
That's the Star Alliance livery.
Vervangen.
Also going to the runway threshold. They're all going to the runway threshold. Nobody is using Cheaters Lane. Air France, third to arrive here. Yeah, another droplet.
Oh yeah, yeah. So, what?
Oh, and the ducks are leaving again.
Where's it coming from?
That's one. That's two. Yeah, we're actually feeling droplets over here.
Yeah.
Slight drizzle.
seeding.
Yeah, you can even see it in the water. Just a slight drizzle. Nothing, not much to write home about, luckily.
No chemtrails?
Say it?
Chemtrails.
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 Oh, yeah. These are all chemtrails, right?
Yes.
But if we put the windmills on, we can blow them off the edge of our flat Earth, and they'll fall into
Yes.
deep space.
I think so.
Helicopter over there, and it doesn't look like. Oh, that's a lifeliner. Flying relatively low already. Wonder where it's going to go to. In the meantime, the growl of Delta Airlines Flight 73. Going to Atlanta, Georgia, A350-900. The November 572 Delta Zulu. 7 years old, first flight March 2018. And Dunn says that the Saudi 747 is underway to 36 left. That's good news. I was hoping for that. So that is terrific news. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. Good morning, Alex. Good morning, Wouter. Wouter says center looks closed already. Cor, good morning. And Cor says that the live lighter is going to Maarsen. That's in the vicinity of Utrecht, so it's just passing by on low level, but not stopping here.
Boy, have you become a tourist?
Sorry?
Have you become a tourist?
Have I become what?
A tourist.
A tourist?
Utrecht.
Utrecht. What?
Utrecht.
Utrecht, yeah, that's the Dutch pronunciation. Utrecht. Utrecht. It's Utrecht.
Ik zag al Utrecht.
It's a 777-300 And it's Houston. Remember. Remember.
No. You go.
You've got Austin and Houston.
Yeah. You go Austin.
You go Austin to Houston.
In Houston.
You go to the house parties in Houston.
And not in Austin.
Houston.
Houston. Houston.
How would a French guy pronounce it?
Houston?
Post name?
Ho Houston?
Houston.
Ho Houston.
Houston.
Houston. Now at Schiphol there's always a lot to see. Here we have a lot in the Star Alliance livery, flight 266 to Warsaw, and umbrella 175. Registration SPLIO, Splio. Splio is 14 years old, first flight September 2010. And a few drizzly droplets have already stopped as suddenly as they have begun. Big picture wise, this is looking to the north, and this is looking to the west. This is looking to the east. The atmosphere is unstable, you can clearly see. Is that a 747 arriving? It is. Cathay 747 arriving. Landing on runway 06.
You want it? You want the 74? Dat is een mooie uitgang. We gaan eerder weg. Dus het kan een mooie foto. Is dit? Is dit Air France?
This is Air France, flight 1341 to Paris Charles de Gaulle. And that's an A320.
Bring me my mayonnaise!
So, lucky treat for us, a Saudia 747 is coming this way. And we are already able to see it. It's actually not that far away anymore.
Oh, 747. Oh.
There it is, Saudia Cargo. Unstable atmosphere. Are the ground crew getting rowdy? Paul asks. Always. They're always rowdy. As they should be. Over here we have a Delta Airlines A330 Neo going to Salt Lake City, flight 57. Those wings look so wide on the A330s. Nice combo shot with the preceding airplane.
Ja, mooi hoor.
.747 Malta is on his way to Polderbaan, Corsairs. Not exactly sure what you mean by that. Is that another 747?
Voor mij niet zo.
Ja, dat wel. Meestal moet een foto wel iets speciaals hebben, wil ik.
Hey, there's also a Pilatus PC-12 over there. Let me see if I can find it. Obviously a minute airplane. Yeah, there it is. Pilatus PC-12. Here, Pilatus PC-12 also going to take off.
Hij staat daar. Je kan dat grijze stuk.
Wat?
Ja, je ziet niet of
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to see.
But what is it doing here?
Yeah, it's going to take off. Next, after Air Baltic.
I want that.
It's a pity that it's not taking off Cheater's Lane in front of the 747. That would have been the best picture, the best photo op ever.
Oh yeah.
Pilates? Can we do Pilates? Is there Pilates and Wi-Fi? The lights are flashing left, right, left, right.
zie je alleen maar lampen.
Pilatus PC-12 to Geneva.
Oh,
All
it's doing a dance.
silver. No, it's not silver. It's also not gold. Not sure how to describe the color.
Great.
Limey.
I'm getting that it's gray. I think that it's a color.
It is a color, absolutely. Jetfly Aviation PC Pilatus PC-12 going to Geneva.
Same plane I saw when the lockdown started.
The registration is Luxembourgian. LXJFA. 9-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2016, month not specified.
Wait, that's why the hold up, because of wake turbulence.
Good morning, Freddy. Good morning, Jesse. Good morning, all others who have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, where a 747 is going to take off as number 3. But we have a PC-12 Pilatus first, SAS after that.
Boy, why?
And wouldn't it have been nice if this 747 would have taken off first and this PC-12 would have taken off via Cheater's Lane right in front of it. It would have made the mother of all combo shots. Good morning, Ilko. Good morning, Arnoud. So yeah, what's the reason for the hold up?
Wake turbulence.
Lights on, show starting.
Okay, show's about to begin.
Strap off.
Yes, it's moving.
I hear it.
It's like a model airplane.
Moped.
Moped, a drone. Already airborne. Yeah, there you go. Hope it stays low for a bit longer. Climb, mother. What a nice street.
Got it.
What a nice street.
Going to Geneva from the coast.
Yeah, turning towards the west to go to Geneva. That's an interesting departure.
Sightseeing.
Yeah, the 7.
Yeah.
Be Bikini.
Yeah, exactly. It's so obvious. Bikini checking. Right, SS will have to let go because the 747 is already lining up. Saudi Cargo, next to take off to Riyadh. And good morning, Marcel and Myrte. Tina, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Saudi Cargo going to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, doing a turn and burn. The 9HAKF. So it's not the fuck off, but the 9 huck off. Huck off means chop off in Dutch. Hope they're not chopping off any digits or... No chopping today. 30 years old, first flight December 1994.
Quite a difference to the Pilates.
It is a bit different from the Pilates, absolutely, yeah. There are some subtle changes, subtle differences, yeah.
I wouldn't say it's the size per se, but...
Yeah, they look alike, but if you look closely you can see the differences, yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
indeed.
The keen observer will immediately tell the difference.
Yep. See, he's still climbing. That guy is already...
Watching
SS will be next. And after that it is TUI with the Dreamliner to Willemstad Curaçao. And after that it is United. United going to Houston in Texas with the 767-300. That is 31 years old. First flight May 1993. Wouter says also Learjet inbound for 36 left. That's interesting. Nice. Stephen asks, how close are you to the runway in feet? I don't know for sure. It always looks closer by than if you measure it, it actually is. Do you have Google Earth? Because you can measure quite accurately with Google Earth.
It's about 150 feet.
Yeah? 50 meters or so? 150 to 200 feet? Something like that?
Something in that range.
Probably something like that. Though I don't know for sure, this is just an estimation. By Jen Rusek and me. Also depends, do you measure from the beginning of the runway or the center line or the end of the runway?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I think the pipes, they are relatively the same distance.
the runway itself.
As the runway.
Yeah, well, aren't those light masts 50 meters apart? That would make it a couple of 100 meters.
Yeah, indeed, that's right.
I think those pipes are further away maybe than the airplanes are. It's hard to estimate. Google Earth, that has a very accurate measuring tool that can be in feet, yards, meters, centimeters, kilometers, miles,
Millimeters.
millimeters. Not sure if they are doing millimeters. That's very accurate.
Hectometers.
Hectoliters, beer. This is TUI Flight 361 to Willemstad Curaçao, 7878 Dreamliner.
It's heavy.
Yeah, because it's going to Curaçao. When it comes back, you get the white nose. I think it's on the radio.
Yeah.
2 FM.
Oh man, waarom?
For some reason, with this livery, looking at the back of this airplane, I always think that the fuselage looks a bit stretched vertically, as if it is taller than it is wider. I know it isn't, or maybe just a little bit, but the livery amplifies the optical illusion. Ari, goedemorgen, and good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime.
I always see it as an orca. Somehow.
An orca, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
To me,
I get what you're saying.
the KLM are more like dolphins.
KLM are more like dolphins, absolutely. I think a lot of people will agree with you there.
I remember on my own.
So this is United Airlines or United going to Houston in Texas, the 767-300 31 years old, first flight May 1993. May 1993. What were you doing back then?
Swimming.
I thought of
Swimming?
Hanging in the bag.
Hanging in the bag.
Traveling Thailand.
Traveling in Thailand. I was in elementary school for another year, 2 years maybe. Let's see, summer of 94, so summer of 93 I think I graduated from elementary school.
Boy,
Yeah,
I remember when I was little, in kindergarten I
yeah,
brought a TUI plane.
yeah.
And then I and my kindergarten teacher, we took an outline of the plane and then we can color it up.
Oh cool, that's cool. And then paste it on something else or something, cardboard. Police
I
officer.
still have it, but I don't know where it is.
Police officer, not giving a shit, just continuing. This is KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. That's a 777-300 the PHBVD. This used to be Marissa's beloved SkyTeam livery. Now no more.
That's so loud. So loud.
We're not in Indonesia. Round up.
So loud.
15-year-old airplane. First flight August 2009. Tol says that my Google Maps says 186 meters to the center line. There you go. That's quite a bit. Wolfie also says did a bit of measuring around 150 to 180 meters. So yeah, times 3 for the number of feet,
Yep.
roughly speaking.
50.
Yeah, so it's a bit more. There you go. You underestimate the distance. You're further away than you actually think you are.
Oh, good, I'm not in the business of road construction.
or estimating distances for your income. This is KLM flight 6015 to Portland, Oregon. It's coming home, Jerry. 7879 Dreamliner. The PHBHL, Bravo Hotel Lima, 7 years old, first flight July 2017, and something American behind it. Also a Kanta moving past us, if you're wondering what that is. It's a small two-stroke vehicle that occupies two. And you're allowed to drive on cycling paths with. This one even has a spare tire.
Yep.
I remember where it froze out here.
Next up, American Airlines flight 203, which is going to Philly. And are those reflections or are those lights? Those are reflections by the looks of it. 3 seemingly light sources.
Who knows? It's a James Bond house, and
The roof will fold
a
open.
helicopter will come out.
A helicopter, or maybe that's where we hit the nuclear missiles that aren't in the Netherlands.
Yeah, officially
Classified.
To protect Schiphol from foreign invasions and whatnot.
It's just the gun show here. There's nothing to protect. It's just
Check out the guns.
I have gun tape on my gun. You have green tape. Oh wow.
American Airlines flight 203 to Philadelphia is coming this way. 7878 Dreamliner, the November 819 Alpha, November, 8 years old. First flight March 2017.
Wait, what?
Tom Baas also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Yeah, there's a lot of agricultural vehicles. Hey, K2 is doing the same trick again. Driving with the door open, hanging out. No, he's not hanging out.
Running besides the car.
No, the driver is actually seated, so no hanging out of the vehicle.
No, this hype on, or was this hype where people were playing this song and then.
Yeah, they would leave the car, would run next to it, and then go back into the car. So, or
like the ones where they smash into the door.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, those are accidents waiting to happen.
Yes.
More reflections.
Waarom ben je?
Definitely reflections.
Radio aan.
Ja, maar waarom die deuren open heeft? Waarom?
Waarom?
Die dingen met een airco.
Hoor je nou, ik was bij mijn biologieles, of nee, mijn SCW. Mijn laatste les, de laatste 10 minuten, krijg ik een bloedneus.
In the meantime, also a very good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Kjell, good morning. Michael, good morning. Alex, good morning. Michael says you should introduce your special guests. They're Lorenzo and Jendrosek, frequent visitors on site and in the chat as well.
Yeah, recently I've been quiet in the chat.
Yeah.
Some sort of
I'm always quiet.
Fatigue.
social media
Social media fatigue.
distancing.
Okay, kudos to you.
I've not been able to sit for a long while, and
Yeah, you had back issues, right?
I have been clean. I had back issues, but meanwhile cleaned my whole house, my garden, and basically did everything you not imagine. But
Now, don't tell me that K2 is going to park right in front of the Learjet. That would... It's now photo bombing. Move, get out of the way, get out of the way.
Get out the way, get out the way. Copyright.
This is ASL Flyman going to Malaga. Interesting. Flying Doctors or something? It's a Learjet 45. Belgian registered. OO DOC.
Maybe
23 years old. First flight somewhere in 2002.
dak met de O-face.
Oh.
Leg dat eens beter neer.
kan het niet op inkomen.
Good morning, Esther Benjamins. Ben Ramnarine, good morning.
Maybe they're
And good morning, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, where it is a bit warm and humid and clammy. The sun not fully shining. It is KVK still. There's clouds in the sky, but they're higher up. Slight breeze now. Feels like it is blowing from the northwest. The A340 from Suriname already left.
Ja, de weer is taking off.
We also saw a Sadia 747 take off from the Polderbaan already. The Global 6000 took off. The Pilatus PC-12 took off, and this now is a Learjet 45 also taking off from the now only open runway for outbound traffic.
Ja, deze heb ik.
Nice whistle. Not an arrival whistle, but a departure whistle. Unlike the E2s and the A220s. Big picture wise, the atmosphere is a bit unstable. You can see we already felt a few droplets briefly. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. The north apparently has the highest likelihood today of seeing some rain showers later in the day. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. There is a bit of openness here in the sky that's mostly south and to southwest of us. And we have an Embraer 175 to Düsseldorf that is now taking off via Cheaters Lane. It is an Embraer 175. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Jeroen Viergever is indicating that there is a China A350 coming this way. That's good news. Tractor incoming from the north over the cycling path. One exhaust on the left. On its right. Oh. Careful. Some pedestrians. Pecan! Not Comic-Con, but pecan.
Piss tank. Pea container.
A pea container. Well, at least now we know what was transported in it. Aviation greeting us from Beverwijk. Good to see ya. Hans' favorite, Welling Flight 8355 to Bilbao. They call me M, also back in the chat. Guten Abend. And welcome back. Yeah, farm vehicles all over. I think this is to cut the grass or something. I have no idea. It's a baby boy tractor and it's called Thomas. Well, we already knew it was a baby boy tractor because it was blue. And now we also know its name. It's Thomas. This is SAS Flight 556. That's an A320 Neo to Stockholm. ISIS. Uh-oh. EISIS. ISIS. ISIS is leaving the country. A 2-year-old airplane first flight September 2022. Now, if you guys have been enjoying the stream so far and you have already considered leaving a like, it helps to promote the channel and its content to people who haven't heard of AMS Live yet, but who are also interested in aviation, who might also want to join our awesome community. Liking and subscribing helps a great deal to get the public to know AMS Live. And it's a free way to promote the channel if you are so inclined. Next up is Sun Express to Kayseri in Turkey, flight 1323. It's a 737-800. The TC SPE. SPE.
That's in Turkish.
It is Turkish indeed. Turkish registered. 16 years old already. First flight May 2008. Hey there Floris, goedemorgen. And welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime. Departures from the Polderbaan. Right now it is 11:19 and that means that the Polderbaan is now the only runway for outbound traffic. Usually from 11 until 11:40 and then once again another hour between 1 and 2 p.m. If you joined us later you might have missed the departures of Saudia 747, Saudia Cargo to Riyadh from this runway, and also the Suriname / operated by USC A340-600, the daily flight, well, almost daily. It flies back and forth, back on a daily basis. One day it arrives, the other it leaves. Tomorrow it will come back again. We have KLM 5535 to Kigali, now moving to the runway threshold. And Cheaters Lane is occupied by a 737, which will be leaving for Birmingham. Aviation Now, good morning. And Aviation Spotting asks, how is the weather tomorrow? Why don't we have a look and see while we are waiting for the A330? Let me open up the website I often use to have a look at it and apply the screen in screen for you guys. So, overall, for the next 14 days, things look good. Now, no longer any rain in the weather forecasts. They were predicting rain yesterday for Sunday and Monday. Now, no longer that seems to be the case. Temperature is decreasing back to 12 degrees on a Sunday. The wind is going to stay in the north all throughout the upcoming weeks, and in the course of next week, temperature is expected to climb again and the sun is also expected to return. So yeah, all in all, if all is well, we should have a nice couple of weeks of streaming, although I am curious to see what runway use will be next week, because from the 5th until the 10th, maintenance will take place on Alsmeerbaan, and that's runway 18 left, 36 right. Now, before the A330 is taking off, let me quickly welcome Alex Thomas, who has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, my friend. Many have gone before you. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Our many members will happily show you around. Don't forget, you now have access to our custom emojis, plus you also have the ability to vote for what is your favorite 30-second custom emoji. There are 6 polls in the community section for members. If you haven't, don't forget to vote. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, Alex, and thank you for your confidence and support. Jeroen asks if I am spotting on July 4th. People keep asking me if I'm going to spot on, and then they mention a date very far in the distance.
If it's a general day, the chance is very high.
If it is a Thursday, a Friday, a Saturday or a Sunday, there's a high likelihood I might be streaming. But it depends on the weather, and I don't know anybody who knows what weather it is going to be on the... Nostradamus maybe. No, the honest answer is I never know what I'm going to do shortly before I actually know it. So unfortunately, I don't know for sure if I am going to stream or not, unless the date you mention is a Tuesday or a Wednesday, because for now those are my off days. Mondays as well, although I do sometimes stream on Mondays if, for instance, there's bad weather on other days on my regular streaming days to compensate. Yeah, I strive to do 4 streams a week, but
Now you are pretty consistent.
yeah, that's what I strive to be, pretty consistent. KLM flight 535 going to Kigali. And it's the PH AOD. Chinese A350 is coming this way. We can already see it in the distance. There's actually quite a lot to see here. A lot of agricultural vehicles. Jendrusik was also mentioning it already. So there's a tractor over there. And there is another one over there.
There's a 1-to-1 ratio on yellow cars.
Yeah, there's a 1-to-1 ratio on yellow cars versus tractors as well. They're all guided by a vehicle in yellow from Schiphol.
No, mow over there. No.
Tractors all over the place. And what's that? Gesundheit.
Danke.
Not sure what that is. More tractors.
Yeah.
We've got more tractors here now than airplanes, actually.
Looks like the Delta quarterly meeting. But
It could be. It could be. Right now we have the Chinese A350 to Taipei leading the way. The angry looking Chinese A350. I don't want to go to China.
tariffs.
I don't want to go.
China, tariffs. Yeah, yes, I love it.
Dreamliner, KLM, behind it. And somewhere in between, now behind the fire station, is Delta. There we go, Delta A330 to Detroit, Michigan.
China
Another 767 from United. Fourth consecutive wide body coming this way. United 767-300 to Washington. And the fifth consecutive wide body coming this way. Delta Airlines A330neo to New York JFK, flight 49. So yeah, it's a bit dull. All wide bodies, 5 of them in a row. I know you guys are going to be bored to bits by it and you really want to see the Embraers actually, but stay with me guys. They'll come back. They always do. Just like herpes.
When your mood goes down and your body is failing, you know herpes will be there. Always there to pick you up.
Always there to pick you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. That's herpes. Going viral for 75 years. No, that's herpa. So yeah, they're taking their sweet time to taxi to the runway threshold. I'm looking behind me, there's no runway inspection or anything in progress right now, so I don't know why they're taking so slow, other than maybe it is actually the Chinese A350 that doesn't just look like it doesn't want to go to China. Maybe the pilots also don't want to go to China.
This door's finally closed.
Bobbers, good morning. Good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. I'm standing here with ground crew in the form of Jendrosik and Lorenzo. But they're not the only ones who have gone out to the Polderbaan. There's actually quite a few people not too far south of me. There's even more going back towards the official Spottersplatz. Yesterday the parking lot was filled to the brim with people when I walked back. Right now you can see the fence. That is the fence of the actual Spottersplatz. Quite a few people have gathered already. And I'm expecting that only to increase even more. We have some pedestrians over there and some other spotters further to the north. So yeah, despite the now ever more grim northeasterly sky. Day visitors. There we go. This is China Airlines going to Taipei in Taiwan, which according to China is part of China, which according to Taiwan is not necessarily part of China. It's an A350-900, 7 years old. First flight November 2017.
Not sexually, but literally.
That's usually how I also know when it's hot, when I'm hot. Temperature perception is a good way to perceive temperature. Flauw.
Well,
Flauw. I know what you mean.
no.
Lorenzo means he usually can stand warm weather well, but when he gets hot, it usually means it is actually hot. It's not so much that it's warm, it's just that there's a near total absence of wind. Now there's a slight breeze that made... Exactly, now we're...
The absence of rain?
Hey, shush! Don't jinx it, don't jinx it. Hey, and the airplane picture of this airplane that is going to Detroit seems to have been taken here at Schiphol Airport if you look on flight radar. I think from the other side of the Polderbaan.
I think it goes extra base.
Delta Airlines flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan.
Boy, I think it does extra base because I felt the base. Boss.
This was the November 816 November Whiskey, 18 years old, first flight, March 2007. The silver lining now hope I'm not jinxing it by mentioning it, but my phone screen still is bright. Yesterday it dimmed. That's always an indication that there's a lot of sunshine and not a lot of wind. Adri unfortunately has to leave. Enjoy the rest of your day, Adri. Thanks for stopping by. Wolfgang is also back in the chat. Servus, good to see you, mate. Happy Friday. Hope all is well. Greetings to the ground crew from Wolfgang.
Hello. Hello.
Servus zurück. This is KLM flight 655 going to Minnesota. I could go for a Minnesota. It's going to Minneapolis. It's a 7879 Dreamliner. The PHB-HP.
I've been to Minneapolis.
I know.
6-year-old airplane, first flight August 2018.
The thing is, it's not that interesting city.
Dan word je anders. Philadelphia.
Only one thing I would like to do.
Just Plain Nut says, wow, I think the tariffs hit my AMS Live t-shirt order $50+. What? Mate, that is prohibitively expensive.
Cargo kit. Some appeltiers per
Surely you didn't go ahead with the purchase with that high a price, did you?
What?
Just Plain Nuts mentioned that the tariffs have hit his AMS Live t-shirt order $50.
What?
That's. Surely you didn't pull the trigger, did you? That's insane.
He's living in the US.
Yeah, he's living in the US.
Sucks.
Why did you go here?
In the meantime, I just now received a notification from PayPal that Robert Bird just now donated through PayPal. Robert, thank you so much. I hope you are watching and can hear me say thank you.
Zo werkt dat dus. Als jij als er een
Robert Bird, thank you so much for your donation through PayPal.
betaal je dus meer.
Much appreciated, my friend. This is United Flight 947 to Washington, 767, 300 32 years old, first flight August 1992. It's the month I turned 10. Incredible to think. So much has happened in my life since I was 10, and all throughout that period of time, this airplane has been flying all over the world.
Well, I am there. Oh, nee, wait.
Smoky, though.
And I put some barbecue with that. Smoky barbecue.
Wolfgang says, well, is a loose concept, but all is so far okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Well is a big word.
Hey, fire truck.
Firefighters, I also saw them. Yeah, the firefighters are on patrol. Not bulls on parade, but firefighters on parade. Down, wow, 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 wow. No time to waste though. Delta Airlines Flight 49 spooling up. A330neo to New York, JFK. This is a 1-year-old vehicle. First flight December 2023. November 427 Delta X-ray.
Numbered cars without any letters.
Delta A330neo climbing against an increasingly darker northerly sky here. Looking to the west, we're right on the edge of where the darkness seems to begin. This is to the northwest, this is to the north. Absolutely atmospheric instability. Over here the sun is shining. Sky to the south is also cloudy, but not the way the north is. Donald and Daisy doing a flyby.
I'm expecting thunderstorms in Flevoland.
Yeah, I'm also thinking that thunderstorms might appear in the northerly half of the country today.
Yep. I think around the time I will light up my barbecue.
They'll be in my mind when I'm having a barbecue in the backyard. Rick Meester will thank you for it. EasyJet A320neo to Glasgow, coming this way. The OELSK, frequent visitor here in the Netherlands. The airplane 5 years old, first flight October 2019. So let's have a quick look. Bear with me says, I'll have you know we are enjoying the sun momentarily in the north. Okay, so I guess the darkness is just in between the far north and here, which is approximately geographically the center of the country, although to the west.
Ah,
Talking about latitude. Draai draait zich een drietal, also back in the chat. Herzlich willkommen, servus. Dirk Visser says we've got some thunder in the east. This is Air Europa baan. Is Michael in the chat? Next airplane will be for him. Lufty CRJ9 to Munich. Here it is, showtime. Lufty flight 2303, CRJ 900 long range. DAC NL. Delta Alpha Charlie, November Lima. 15 years old, first flight February 2010. Jackie has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Jackie. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Hope to see you again, maybe later in the weekend. Ulf, guten Morgen. And away it is. Jetstream Journey says a little grey above Lelystad, so probably will be in the thunderstorm as well. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to develop into a full-blown thunderstorm, but it definitely looks like there's a shower in the making over there. Drifting your way, I think. Oh, and the firefighters are coming. Here we go. Better late than never. Here we go. Beep beep. And also, good morning to Keenan. Welcome to the show, mate. The firefighters are also saying hi to you and all the other viewers. Fire truck number 2. And here we have the last vehicle. Nice Doppler effect as well. Beep, 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 beep. You heard it becoming lower. Yay, physics.
Yes.
Jetstream Journey says, it says a thunderstorm, but never trust buienradar. Absolutely right. I think you're on days like today, you're best off looking at the website of KNMI for the radar, at least. think that they are more trustworthy than Buienradar, in my humble opinion.
The old trick, looking up in the sky.
That's really old school. That's really old school. Looking up in the sky. There's no app for that. We need an app for everything.
Wat voor weer is het? Ik kijk even op Buienradar, schat.
This is JetBlue going to Boston, Massachusetts, an A321neo flight 632. Boston.
Boy.
Now let's see. Marcos is also back in the chat. Bom dia. Keenan says, any interesting arrivals planned for the meantime? Well, I don't know because I haven't checked the arrivals since we are filming departures here today. Now we have an EasyJet A320neo to London Stansted. That is taking off first. Chris Coot is doing morning cardio next to me. This is the OELSW, a year old, first flight February 2024. OE is Austrian, indeed. So this would be Alpine on the radio. Alpine 82 Hotel Echo, in fact. The mate of Chris is also swimming here. Both the Coots doing morning cardio here.
The ducks just got out of bed.
Wah. Yeah. Chris is saying, like and subscribe if you haven't already and you're enjoying the stream and you want to help promote the channel for free. You're absolutely right. Heavy hitter is pulling up. Oh, and Donald and Daisy back on land.
Ja, jongen. Ongeduldige tiener.
Here we have KLM flight 691 leaving for Toronto. The PH AOB, it is an A330-200. It is 19 years old. The first flight was in July 2005 and this is the PH AOB. Fwab.
Boy, I got a delicious stool.
Nice. It's interesting acting as a seat, or at least backrest.
Barber Papa. Als je wil kan ik op de bank worden.
Ah, okay. Barber Papa. The ability to morph into a couch as well.
Wil je nog meer last van je rug?
So, Coots swimming. Well, at least one of them still is. I don't know where the other one went.
Ik heb niet meer gekeken, jongen. Barber Papa.
Nee, nou ja.
Donald and Daisy are on land.
Dat je het überhaupt kent.
Let's see.
Ja, dat kan wel.
It is 11:44 and that means on paper the center runway should again have reopened and parallel departures should commence anytime now. In fact, I can already see that there's an Embraer 190 to Bologna lined up and there's more traffic to the center runway, including Emirates Flight 146 unfortunately.
Ja, nu doe je hetzelfde, alleen zonder tv.
Let's see what else is coming this way. We do have a Delta A330 which is going to go to Boston. That has already been pushed back and is about to move. KLM Flight 592 to Johannesburg, South Africa will be leaving from the wrong runway.
De tv is afgestemd op ander publiek.
737
Kijken van wat is wanneer en dan
ready to take off from
vanaf Dam tot
Schiphol Oostbaan. Is that a test flight? Is that the same 737 that had issues with the flaps that Lance was talking about yesterday? Not a test flight perhaps, not sure. Right now the sun hiding behind the clouds. That's nice. Momentary it is a bit cooler.
Boy.
And parallel arrivals, departures have begun. Well, I say parallel, but there's nothing taking off from Polderbaan just yet. We have to wait a few more minutes.
Boy, I accidentally spilled some coffee on the ground.
You accidentally spilled some coffee on the ground, but that's okay.
Do you think the grass is going to grow faster?
Because of the caffeine. Might be. Might be. Don't know if grass will grow faster under the influence of caffeine or not. Interestingly, if you give spiders caffeine, they are going to be tripping balls, and if you see, they did research into it. A sober spider is making a normal spider web. When you give a spider caffeine and you let it make a spider web, it is all crooked and it's like they're tripping. Apparently has a different effect on spiders than it does on humans. Inspection of the runway in progress. Donald and Daisy are chilling in the grass over here. Wah, wah.
Must be lunchtime for the mowers.
Could be, could be. It is approaching 12 o'clock, so wouldn't be surprised if those mowing crew would go and have a lunch break pretty soon. DB Basement is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Right, so at the moment, primarily traffic taking off from the center runway while the bird controller is still doing an inspection. Next airplane to take off is Turkish flight 1952. That's an A330-300 to Istanbul. Is it a lot or is it not a lot? There it is.
Check if you the meter.
Pissing contest, yes.
Oh, there it is already. I thought I saw it.
Oh yeah, update. When is maintenance time?
Right. Let's see. Quite a few interesting airplanes right now taking off from the center runway. We have Lufti in the Star Alliance livery. We also have a Bombardier C-Series 300 from Croatia Airlines, which will be leaving for Zagreb.
Also known as A220.
T50 is standing there with the lights on. Over there's also a yellow vehicle with flashlights on. Lucky 13 tractors back and forth. So one tractor, two tractors, three tractors, four tractors, five tractors, five tractors at least.
Well, friends of mine, they play Farming Simulator 25. So now here they are.
Yeah.
Farming simulator in real life, indeed.
A live meeting.
Star Alliance liveried A320 from Lufti on its way to Frankfurt. Finally, a little bit of a breeze from the north. Makes it so much more bearable now than earlier in the morning. Nah, I've soaked up so much heat from this morning. I'm still perfectly fine without the sun shining directly and the wind. You are?
No, I'm not.
You're getting cold?
No.
Oh, you're itchy. Herpes. That's herpes. That's herpes. It starts with itching on the forearms, before you know it,
It's on your leg.
it's on your entire body. It's the beginning of the end, mate.
Is it one specific arm or is it both?
It depends on what you do with your arms.
Yeah, well, he's too young for that. I assume.
Hey, what's that? Oh, that's the machine to get the cut grass in nice piles, linear piles. I've seen that happen before. Was going for a bike ride the other day, drove past a field a grass field that was mown, and the mown grass, the cut grass, was in lines with empty space in between.
But skipping ducks.
That was Croatia Airlines. Hey there, Sean. Goedemorgen. Next up, Emirates. Emirates flight 146 777-300, which is going to leave for Dubai. Have a look. We have reeds that are moving, grass that is moving. There's actually a consistent and the wind on the scale of chimney smoke also no longer vertical. We finally have a bit of air movement here, and it is delightful. The sun, I'm not sure if we're going to see it anytime soon, but it is very...
It has turned white.
No, but it also looks like the cloud buildup has moved and is not.
Yeah, no, it's dropping like a pudding.
My arm is no longer brown, it's red.
Here we have Emirates flight 146 to Dubai.
And if you're orange, you're just strong.
That's 777-300. 9-year-old airplane, registration Alpha 6 Echo Papa Foxtrot. First flight October 2015.
Why does Dubai have A6?
Next up is going to be KLM flight 591 to Johannesburg, South Africa. And in the meantime, Jerry Donnelly, thank you so much for your very generous super chat there. Jerry writes, I'm going to drive my tractor to The Hague and then on to Belgium roads. Vote captain, my captain. Thank you so much for the super chat there, Jerome. Of course, he is going to take his tractor now and is going to drive to The Hague first, where all the farmers go to in the Netherlands if they are angry at the government. And then he's going to test out those infamous Belgian roads. It's a good way to test if you have a herniated disc. If you can suffer the Belgian roads, then you're good. If not, you might have a back issue. Jerry, thank you so much for your support and of course for your voting advice. Captain, my captain is the favorite of Captain Jerry Donnelly. For those of you who are member and who haven't cast our votes yet in the 6 polls, don't forget to do so. First round runs until Tuesday. Captain, my captain is one of the 24 suggestions you guys gave. There are 23 other suggestions as well. Our first airplane is approaching. It is BA flight 431. It's going to go to London Heathrow. Slowly but surely moving this way is also Delta Airlines flight 243. Once again, 1 or 2 droplets I'm feeling. Nothing substantial. Right now there's an Embraer 175 to Genoa and also a 737 to Budapest that are competing for who will leave first. I think the Embraer 175 is going to win it. And if all is well, and you can see now that 36 right has also opened up as the runway for, or is still open for runway for arrivals, as runway for arrivals. That's interesting because we have 2 runways open now for departures, and that usually means 1 is open for arrivals. And the primary runway normally is runway 06 for whenever traffic is arriving when the wind is blowing from the north. Maybe one of the last airplanes. Landing on 36 right then. Over here, BA. And behind Delta is also another KLM. That's the 737 to Bergen. That is also coming this way. What else can we see? A lot of airplanes that seem to be leaving for the east and are probably going to take off from the center runway. Also a massive big thank you to 3313 for your super sticker. Per character doing a shaka sign with his hand saying cool. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. 3313. So the BA is coming this way. And next to leave from the center runway is this a 737-800 to Budapest.
Welke dingen?
Nog steeds niet.
Pretty soon we are going to see the next airplane, BA Flight 431 and A321neo going to London Heathrow. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Alex Thomas, who just now went ahead and gifted no less than 10 memberships. Mate, really, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity. Alex Thomas gifted 10 memberships. I hope that all of the 10 recipients will thank you for the gifted membership. If you are a recipient of a gifted membership, don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. Don't forget to thank the gifter. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. And thank you for your generosity there, Alex. Morgen Lars. And this is indeed the Polderbaan freeze build. The Delta should also be visible now. Yeah, there it is. Delta Airlines Flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. The wind actually has begun to pick up. It's quite remarkable the suddenness with which the wind here has begun to blow. Pretty sure that the METAR hasn't incorporated it yet. But since we have a few moments, let's have a quick look and see what the METAR has been doing. So an update of our METAR now says 2 knots of variable wind and 24 degrees C. KVK still. Yeah, the sudden increase in wind hasn't been incorporated yet in the METAR, even though it should be current. Also, Josephine is celebrating 11 months of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support, Josephine. Time flies, still just as fun, she writes. Josephine, thank you so much for your continued support. Another month and you'll turn green, and Greenpeace is going to love it. Thank you so much for all the support. Happy to hear that you still like it in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking and let me see what I can do to fix it then. Oh.
Oi! Hoi, man.
Lock the tilt axis.
Oi!
Oi!
Give me my teeth back.
Oh, matey.
Parallel departures in progress. E2 Embraer 195 to Lyon is taking off from center. 2 airplanes are coming this way. Delta Airlines, and after that KLM. Delta to Boston. KLM to Bergen.
Okay, you're leaving?
You guys are leaving?
Yes. I promised him to leave.
Okay. Well, in that case, nice of you to drop by.
Yes.
Enjoy the rest of your days, lads, and hope to see you again sometime soon.
Yeah, maybe Sunday or Monday, depending on the weather.
Always weather dependent.
I will be in the chat.
Yeah, you
See,
will be at
see you in the chat then. Yeah, absolutely.
I will be maybe by bike.
I'll be when I'm at school. Maybe I'm in the chat.
Don't let your teachers hear that. You should be paying attention to class if you're in school. Yeah.
Yes.
Says me who never paid any attention in school ever.
Maar bij Nederlands en Frans mogen we sowieso niet op onze laptop bijna.
You don't necessarily have to pay attention in school to succeed in life.
No, you just have to get the grades.
You have to get the grades,
that's
yeah.
the basic thing. And
Keep the teachers happy.
yeah, just make sure that you are there on the mandatory amount of hours.
Yeah.
And if you skip gym and music. And
Be smart in how you do things.
yes. At least when I explained to my teacher that I was perfectly right, just not attending his class.
Yeah.
I got really
Yeah.
pissed off. So look, no one is letting me failing a year for gym. So whatever you want, fuck it. And maybe a suggestion not to put the gym hours on Friday afternoon 4 o'clock. You know.
Really?
Yes,
Really?
Yes.
Gym at Friday afternoon 4 o'clock.
3:30 until 5.
Nah, that's stupid.
Wondering why people are not showing up.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, strange.
Well, my gym classes are on Wednesday at 9:15.
T-Mac is also back in the chat. Good to see you there.
Alright,
First 2 hours.
bye bye.
Hey, see you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Listeners.
See you soon. Indeed, eruit te gaan, Drittel. The trick is to make people think you are busy while goofing off. We have a cheater here in Cheater's Lane that is going to go to Bergen. Ford Ranger Raptor in the foreground. Is that K5 then? No, that's K1. Oh yeah, it was K1. K5 got the old vehicle and K1 got the new one. I recognize the lights, they're different. This is KLM flight 1167 to Bergen, 737-800, PHBXZ, Bravo X-Ray Zulu, 17 years old, first flight February 2008. And all of a sudden, we suddenly have wind here. Wind from the north, quite clearly. Seemingly having come out of nothing. Has the sky changed significantly then, you might wonder? Well, actually the northern sky now looks more open and you can even see bits of blue sky in between the clouds than it did half an hour to an hour ago. This is what it currently looks like looking to the west. Clear line in the clouds there to the northwest. This is looking to the east now. And this is what things look like to the south. So right now, no more big open patches of blue. Don't think we're going to see the sun for extensive period of times any longer, at least not in the upcoming hours. This is Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. A330neo. November 426 Delta Zulu, the registration, the airplane a year old, first flight November 2023. KLM in the SkyTeam livery. We already saw the 737-900, the second airplane that is in KLM's fleet that still has that livery in the background. It's an Embraer 190. So yeah, it's a different day today than it was yesterday. Yesterday we did not see a cloud all throughout the stream. Now it is almost nothing but clouds. Temperature is still warm though. It is very nice with a little bit of wind now. Quite doable. Temperatures in the mid-20s. KLM Embraer 190 to Aberdeen lined up. Next to leave, KLM Flight 915. That's in the SkyTeam livery. United is also coming this way. Third to depart by the looks of it. United Dreamliner Flight 908 to Chicago. Right, what's the hold up? Usually whenever I say that, they'll start moving. As is the case right now. After this Embraer 190, we're going to see an Embraer 175 to Oslo. And after those two Embraers have taken off, we should see United Flight 908 to Chicago. It's a pity that the PHBVD got repainted back into the standard livery of KLM, because we did see it in the stream today. It also used to be in the SkyTeam livery, the current livery, the livery of the airplane we are currently filming. Had it still been in that livery, it would have meant that we would have seen the entire fleet, all three of the airplanes in the SkyTeam livery. Now, of course, we still did. It's a bit less complex when there's only two airplanes. Donald just now landed here in the water. Yeah, wah, wah. Yeah, wah. Wah, wah. This is KLM Flight 1201 to Oslo. Embraer 175, quite clearly visible. Quite easily recognizable, I should say. It is decently visible, as all airplanes are, taking off from this runway. Airplane that you don't see very often here, taking off from center. That is Corendon Antalyaspor livery, which I assume is a football team or club. Something heavy leaving from center. Can hear it. That's El Al 777-200 Leaving simultaneously with United Flight 908 to Chicago. Let's see if we can do a combo shot of the two. There it is. Quite clearly audible on the mic is the 777-200. Uh-oh. To Tel Aviv. Happy New Year! That's bird control over there, setting off some fireworks. Hadi Marcel, goedemiddag. Michael DCA also back in the chat, good to see ya. Live in Northern Town, good morning. No, good afternoon, it's afternoon already. Apologies. Welcome to the show, everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here at the Polderbaan, where we used to have a little bit of sunshine. Now, no longer that is the case. It used to be calm, now we have a little bit of a breeze. Also a moment to spare to wait for our next traffic. It is already on the move over here. Here we go. EasyJet A320neo. And in the meantime, ITA is taking off from center to Milan. ITA Airways flight 121. A320. Lovely machine. Meanwhile, EasyJet is making its way over to the runway threshold, an A320neo to Birmingham. There's also an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM to Dublin, Ireland coming this way. Evan, top of the morning, senor. Good to see you again, mate. So, let's see, parallel departures in progress, and there is a 7478 that has destination question mark. It seems to have come alive. Cathay Pacific Cargo. Does anybody know where it's going to go to? Unfortunately, or I should say, it is very likely that it's not going to go to the runway we are standing next to. Don't know for sure yet, but there is of course a high likelihood it is going to go to somewhere in the east. That makes it the candidate for the center runway, unless of course the airplane is going to take off between 1 and 2 o'clock. In which case we are probably going to be lucky. EasyJet A320neo to Birmingham. A320 Neorio, in fact. Heard something with a siren. That's an ambulance over there with the lights on. Emergency vehicle. And as the E2 is making its way over to the runway threshold, that gives me an opportunity to go back to the laptop and massively thank Johnny No Cash for your super chat. Very generous super chat there. Thank you so much. Hello there. Long weekend here in Germany, which means I'm already 5 beers in. How's the vodka? Cheers. The vodka is a bit watery over here, but it is adequate to quench your thirst and to stay hydrated. So in that respect, it does what it is supposed to do. Thank you so much for your generosity there, Johnny No Cash. And enjoy the beers, mate. I'm sure you earned them. And okay, Anchorage and Frankfurt Cootie Patootie says. Right. If it goes to Frankfurt, it is going to leave via center unless its departure will be between 1 and 2 o'clock, which it probably won't, but fingers crossed it will. We were also lucky with the Saudia Cargo 747 earlier in the show. It too started becoming alive on flight radar well before the secondary runway for outbound traffic closed, so you never know. Right, is that another ITA? It looks like it. It is. Another ITA has taken to the sky from the center runway. ITA flight 107 to Rome. A321neo. Now, there's a triplet of airplanes coming this way. And I think the first should become visible pretty soon. There it is, SAS. Interesting to see what is going on otherwise in the grass fields next to the runway. I think these are collecting tractors. Departure from center, KLM flight 1959 to Istanbul, Turkey. Don't think you want to get stuck in one of those units. They look nasty. SAS to Copenhagen, first airplane to come this way. KLM is behind it. There are actually 2 KLMs coming this way behind SAS. A 737-800 to Edinburgh and an Embraer 175 to Inverness. In the meantime, Donald and Daisy are nodding here and are not giving a single F. Chilling and relaxing. And thank you for the kind words, Al Longman. DC-8s and DC-9s and DC-10s, that's a long time ago. Don't remember them, and I'm 42, so I think that must have been a really long time ago that you visited Schiphol then. In the meantime, we are hearing the engines of the next departure from the center runway, and that is the Singapore Airlines A350-900. Off to Singapore, flight 323. Happy New Year. In the meantime, over here we have our first next departure. It is SAS. Quite a few airplanes are now on the move to both runways. This is SAS flight 1548, an A320neo to Copenhagen. Registration SEDOX. Delta Oscar X-Ray, 8 years old, first flight February 2017. Could hear a 777 in the background, already spooling up, taking off from center. And it's a 777-200 to Mumbai in India. Michael asks if Polderbaan has many bird strikes. Polderbaan is with double A single N, by the way. I don't know if they have many. They have bird control that are trying to minimize the number of bird strikes, but I'm not sure if there are official stats being published about the number of bird strikes. I do know that in the course of time we have seen quite a few on camera actually. Luckily, not very frequently. KLM 737 to Edinburgh. And our next airplane to take off is already lined up. Going to Inverness in Scotland. KLM flight 903, 7 years old, first flight January 2018. Another METAR will be published in a couple of minutes from now, so I'm wondering if maybe the wind situation has been adjusted in it. Should be able to see the new METAR in a couple of minutes from now. Sounds like something heavy is once again on the roll from center. But no, it's just a TUI 737. They do sometimes sound heavier than they actually are. Right. Interesting to see somebody with a winter jacket and a hoodie on and long everything, while people over here are in their shorts, including yours truly. Heras has a dedicated Schiphol van. That's the fence works. Here's a manufacturer of fences here in the Netherlands. There is heavy traffic coming this way. There's also a Qatar 777 to Doha lining up on the threshold of center, which is probably taking off as number 2. Chris Good saying hi to the audience. Now remember guys, if you are enjoying this stream and you want to help for free to promote this channel and its content to new like-minded people who are also into streams like these, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. We have an EasyJet A319 to Bristol now lined up over here. Becky Davis is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Becky. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Transavia to Alicante is now departing from center. And is Qatar now next? I think it might be. Let's see. I think I can actually hear the Qatar. Yeah, I can. Interestingly, the wind is blowing from behind me here, but I am able to hear the 777's engines quite well. Qatar cargo to Doha. Where's the bastard? Come on. There you go. Missing out on an Embraer 175 over here. Which I'm pretty sure most of you would have preferred to see instead of this Qatar cargo. So apologies for showing you the wide body instead of that narrow body. Cathay Pacific 747 on the move by the looks of it. That's a pity. Because it is going to Frankfurt and that means it is going to take off from center. This one will go and leave from the wrong runway, unfortunately. The A350-1000 to Hong Kong also has been pushed back, and it's still half an hour before the central runway is going to close again for outbound traffic, so I'm also not optimistic about our chances of seeing the A350-1000 up close. Only rarely do we see it up close. We also missed out on the Singapore A350 this morning. This is TUI flight 393 making its way over to the runway threshold. Hey there, Anka. Good morning. Anka asks, what did I miss? 2 Quad Squad members taking off from Polderbaan earlier in the show. Saudia Cargo 747. and the A340-600. So yeah, splitting the focus on flight radar now between traffic here at the Polderbaan and also looking looking at what's happening at the threshold of center. This is TUI flight 393 to Bonaire. It's the Belgian registered airplane, the OOJDL, 11 years old, first flight November 2013. Right, Chris Coot over here, doing morning cardio. With the exception of their behavior versus the nests of grebes and other animals in the lifestyle department, an example to us all. Active lifestyle, eating a lot of greens and fibers. Not a sedentary lifestyle by any stretch of the imagination. Meanwhile, Donald and Daisy are still napping and aren't giving you know what about what's happening here. John Dutch Canadian is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Alright, let's see. And John won't be on for long, have surgery today. All the best with that, mate. Hope it's nothing serious. Play is coming this way. Has just traversed around the southern threshold of the center runway, still coming this way. There are two Embraer 175s now in front of the 7478, so we still have to be a bit patient. It's now 12:34, and before the 7478 departs, I am curious to see what the METAR says. This is the METAR, the latest METAR. We definitely have directionality in the wind, and all of a sudden, from nothing came 9 knots of wind. Me, Jendrusik and Lorenzo were definitely feeling it. It happened in a matter of minutes. All of a sudden there was wind from the northwest, 9 knots. 22 degrees, it also is a bit cooler, still not cold by any means. It is still K. Despite all the cloudiness, K means ceiling and visibility are okay, and in the case of Schiphol, that means the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport should be clear of visual impediments in the form of clouds or rain or other weather phenomena that block visibility. That's not the case. The clouds that you see all around in the background are higher up in the sky, and that is why it is still K. Now one Embraer 175 left to leave before the Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478 will. Definitely keeping things in check there. If all is well, play should also become visible pretty soon. Let's see. The Embraer 175 to Poznan is now leaving. Only one airplane now at the threshold of the center runway, and that is Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 2068 to Frankfurt. And if you look to the right, you should be seeing Play pretty soon. That's not a bus. That's a bus. That's not Play. That's not what I meant. Jerry says my ex-wife was a wide body. She flew on Beluga Air. Bob says, tschüss Bob. See you later, mate. Alright, now Play is going to show itself from the left. Our next airplane. By the time it has lined up, we will have seen the Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478 first. It is now lined up and is ready to leave for Frankfurt. I think I can hear the engines starting. Donald also got startled. Hey, what's that I'm hearing? There she is. Cathay Pacific Cargo on its way to Frankfurt. 7478. This airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in August 2012. Another Cathay Pacific, but that's the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 is also on the move. Going to Hong Kong and expectedly taking off from center, which is still going to be open for another 20 or so minutes. It's now 20 to 1 and around 1 o'clock is usually when the secondary runway for departures is going to close and everything will take off from just one runway. Good day, Skating Banana. RDW, goedemiddag. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen, members, to make the chat bleed. Play A320neo flight 461 going to Reykjavik, Iceland. Howdy Benny, goedemiddag. Vinay is tuning in from Sweden. A warm welcome to you. And also Klaartje, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Sunny greetings from Belgium. Are you guys having sunshine? What? Over here, cloudiness, cloudiness, cloudiness. And a bit of wind from the north. Current status quo over here. Particularly to the north, a bit darker. But also looking to the south in our sky over here. Clouds everywhere. Right, it is time to make the chat bleed again. As I said before, this is Play Flight 461 to Reykjavik in Iceland, an A320neo. 2-year-old airplane, first flight October 2022. It is the TFPPC. Papa Charlie. Embraer 190 to Gothenburg after that. KLM Embraer 190. Adios, goedemiddag. Lots of agricultural stuff going on in the fields next to the polderbaan. They're cutting the grass. And they're also piling it together. The grass that has been cut. This is KLM flight 1233 to Gothenburg. Embraer 190. The PHEZR. Fourteen-year-old airplane, first flight August 2010. And hey there, Skating Banana. And all others who might have joined us. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at the polderbaan. Now 1 of 2 runways still for departures. Between 1 and 2 it's going to be the only runway for outbound traffic. Carlton, good afternoon. So right now parallel departures in progress. Cathay Pacific A350 1000 to Hong Kong is about to line up. There's an Iberia Express A320 before it. And KLM flight 635 to Las Vegas is also coming this way. If I recall correctly, there was somebody also on board that flight who announced that earlier in the chat. Is that person still watching? And are you sitting on the left-hand side? If so, where are you seated? And will you shine a light? Howdy Tom, goedemiddag. MonsterTube, good afternoon. Johnny No Cash is running out of beer. That's not a good thing. Better take care of that then, mate. Row 9. DNK back in the chat. Yeah. Take care of the flashlight. Row 9, that's in the front, right? Yeah. Perfect. Looking forward to seeing it. It's a wide body, so we should be able to see it. The rotation usually of the wide bodies takes place over here. Even further if the wide bodies, which happens on exception, take cheater's lane. So I would say there's a very good likelihood that we are going to see DNK leaving for Las Vegas. Seat 9 Alpha. Not a bad place to be seated in. Hey, even though the firefighters already finished their patrol round not quite a long time ago, one of the firefighters just now played with the water hose. In the meantime, I'm also seeing the A350. Here it is. Cathay Pacific, flight 270 to Hong Kong. A350 1000. Even though we usually see it taking off from the wrong runway, it is still a magnificent airplane to behold, and luckily this angle also works in its favor. At least that's my humble opinion. It's just not as loud and fast moving past you as when it would have taken off from the polderbaan. That's something we can live with, or at least I can. In the meantime, quite a few airplanes on the move. Including German Airways, flying on behalf of KLM. Wagner, bom dia, good to see ya. And Adri, still back. Good to see Adri. I'm wondering, yeah, no, we cannot see where the sun exactly is. Sunspot spotting is also a nice little something that you can do when the cloud density has just the right thickness, is just the right thickness. Wind is definitely still picking, has still continued to blow as fiercely as when it first began. So all of a sudden, from having nearly no wind at all, we started feeling quite a bit of wind. Right. Embraer 175 and an E2 Embraer 195 are coming this way. In the meantime, we have a KLM 737 that is now lining up here on the runway. This is KLM flight 1295 to Billund. More bills to be dropped off in Billund. It's a 737-700, 15 years old, first flight November 2009. Hey, Michael Jackson is also back in the chat. Mate, you missed the CRJ. There was one taking off to Munich earlier in the stream. Obviously you missed it. Only one thus far. So this is KLM flight 1295 to Billund. In the meantime, good afternoon to Sean and Josh. Sean asks, how are you? Doing all right. The wind is providing some welcome refreshment, luckily. Now bird control is patrolling or is driving over the runway, I think. Yeah. So what they're doing, I don't know. Just a quick check. Oh, shots fired. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 seconds. So that's 2 kilometers away. Okay. Notification of birds in the vicinity, probably. Oh yeah, indeed, Jerome. Indeed, a PC-12. Of course, the A340, 600. We also saw today. and a Saudia 747. Right, the traffic is moving. In the meantime, it has become 10 to 1. That means that the central runway is expected to close in about 9 to 10 minutes from now. Or at least ordinarily that should happen. And that means power hour for the Polderbaan. With everything outbound from Schiphol. Leaving via the runway we are standing closest by to. First up, KLM flight 1295 just now passed us by. It's on its way to Billund. That's a 737-700, 15 years old. First flight November 2009. We have a trio of airplanes that are now over there. They're all 3 KLM. And they're going upwards in size as well. From a small Embraer 175 to a somewhat bigger E2 Embraer 195 to an even bigger 787-10. The NKH on board the ladder. Seated on the left hand side, row 9, so if all is well we should be seeing a flashlight from the 787-10 to Las Vegas. First up, KLM flight 1305 to Gdansk, Embraer 175. Next up, KLM flight 1271, which is going to go to Copenhagen. A lot of flights to Copenhagen this morning. And just noticed, haven't counted them, but quite a few of them. And here also a tractor on the cycling path. More equipment for the grass. To handle the grass with. Bom dia, Reginaldo, and welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, which is still one of 2 runways in use for departures, but for how much longer remains to be seen, because it is approaching 1 o'clock, and that usually means only 1 runway left for outbound traffic. That should be this runway. E2 Embraer 195 to Copenhagen, and after that the Dreamliner to Las Vegas. The NKH is on board, so should be in row 9, seat 9A. So let's have a look and see if we can see him. Use the flashlight of your phone. You can keep it in front of the window and you can even wave a little bit with it. If you keep it right in front of the window, I should be able to see it with no issues. It's pulling up. Showtime. KLM flight 635 to Las Vegas. 787-10 Dreamliner. It's the PHBKK. 4 years old, first flight December 2020. Now let's see if we can spot the flashlight. Yeah! Second window before the door. That was quite clearly visible. That was absolutely beautiful. John also back in the chat. Good to see you. Anja, goedemiddag. And that was well spotted, easily spotted. Bon voyage. Hey Siegfried.
Hey.
Siegfried has also arrived.
Yep.
And the bird control is over here coming this way. So yeah, let's see what else is in the pipeline. KLM 737-700 to Birmingham and then Embraer 190 to Glasgow. It's now 3 minutes to the hour, so if all is well, our power hour should begin any moment now. Hey there, J-Ro, and welcome to all others who have joined. NA, favorite destination of a lot of airplanes here at Schiphol Airport. Aphrodite also back in the chat. Good to see you, Aphrodite. Hey, Sarah is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Sarah. Hope all is well. Now, for a moment it looks like the sun might shine again, albeit temporarily. I'm actually starting to feel the warmth of the sun, and yeah, it's not really causing a shade, so I'm unable to throw you guys a wave, or at least a shadow wave. Could always go in front of the camera and wave to you like that, but that's not my style. KLM flight 939 lining up, pretty hopper by the looks of it, going to Glasgow in Scotland. So yeah, if all is well, the power hour of outbound traffic should begin. It is actually an inbound rush hour where 2 runways for inbound traffic are open, but since it is only 1 runway for outbound traffic, everything leaving Schiphol during that period will leave through that same runway, and that is this one. So if all is well, from 1 till 2, everything that you see on the platform that has a destination other than Amsterdam should leave through this runway. Now let's see, how many more airplanes will there be to the wrong runway? Looks like an Embraer 175 to Frankfurt has taken a wrong turn and is approaching the threshold from the west. That's interesting. Hey Jillard, goedemiddag. Good to see you, mate. (787-10) to Nairobi. Now on the move via center. Think there are 2 narrow bodies still expected to leave via the center runway. If all is well, this is the Dreamliner to Nairobi, Kenya. Up, up and away. Right. Ricardo gaat er weer vandoor. Fijne dag Ricardo. See you next time. Tot de volgende keer. And John is tuning in. Good morning. Although it is afternoon over here, it's just turned 1 p.m. I think there are 3 airplanes still leaving through center, but there's a massive row of airplanes coming this way already. A Chinese triple to Shanghai, and we have 3 narrow bodies sandwiched in between the next 2 wide bodies. So that's 6 airplanes at least now coming this way. 7th is underway, KLM Flight 611 to Chicago. Bob is also back, good to see you, mate. Tui to Antalya, alive on the platform. That seems to be leaving pretty soon. We have a Dreamliner 10 to Calgary that is also now alive on the platform and should be coming this way. Alan, mate, tuning in from his vacation location in Greece, just having some tattoos. That is so typical of you. Also celebrating 20 months of membership, mate. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you're having a good time there in Greece. And thank you so much for all the banter and all the support, all the laughs, all throughout the 20 months. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. When are you coming back from vacation, Alan? So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 airplanes, 3 wide bodies, 3 narrow bodies are coming right away. Number 7 is the 787-10 to Chicago, which is now turning around the threshold. That's the 7th airplane and the 4th wide body coming this way. And Alan is back on Saturday night. Well, as long as you don't bring Saturday night fever with you. And also Aphrodite is back and she is celebrating 22 months of membership. So happy I'm back again. It's getting better. Are you back to stay? Or are you back only temporarily? Happy to hear that things are better with you. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. And I'm happy to see you again. And I hope it's going to stay better with you for a long time to come. The exodus is approaching. So there are 7 airplanes now on the move, and I think only 1 departure from center left, an A321neo from KLM to Lisbon. And we've crossed through the 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that, guys. Now, don't be afraid to add to the likes if you are liking what you're seeing and you want to help spread the content to new viewers who haven't heard of the channel yet. Your likes and subscriptions help a great deal to promote this channel and its content to viewers who are like yourselves interested in live streams like these but who haven't heard of the channel yet. A massive big thank you once again for all the likes today. So, if you need to go to the toilet, be quick. If you want to grab a fresh cup of coffee or make some tea, be quick. Because we are going to see an exodus from the Polderbaan, which I think now has become the only runway for outbound traffic. Me, I'm going to lubricate my throat with some AMS Live vodka quickly. And I hope it's going to stay dry here. On a few occasions we've felt a few slight droplets. It used to be more dark in the south of the sky, now in the north of the sky. Now looking south of me, it does look like maybe something is boiling, is forming. Showers were expected, but more in the second half of the day and also further away to the north. Wolfgang says that the A380 lands in 2 minutes. Is it going to 06? Right. So impossible to see then. I think I see something that might be the A380. There. Right. Impossible to see from here, but there it is. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. A few pixels that look like an A380. It's almost impossible to recognize it as an A380. Going further up in magnification, it's all digital zoom, it's all magnifying pixels. With the grey sky, it is a bit low contrasty. In the meantime, the Chinese triple has arrived over here and I'm wondering what German Airways is doing. For now, it seems to be following. Or is it going to... No, it's going to Cheater's Lane. German Airways will be taking off first. Going back to the top end of optical zoom, and I'm starting to feel droplets over here. You can hear them as well. What? Not now that power hour has just begun. Hey there, aviation lover. Hey there, Yannick. Good afternoon. So, in the foreground, a lot of airplanes coming this way. Looking really sweet. In the background we have the King. Once again, droplets over here, just a few. And then Embraer 190, the Herpa Derpa Derpa, going viral for 75 years. And here we have Siegfried also filming. So we have an Embraer 175 now leaving for Luxembourg. This is KLM flight 1711 and it looks like a third narrowbody is leaving via Cheater's Lane. We're all leaving before the Chinese triple will. So yeah, the Chinese triple is ready to go, but it has to let a few narrowbodies go ahead in front of its turn. KLM flight 1789 to Hanover, and Embraer 190 now leaving. This is a 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. The PHEXV. Right, enough with the fun and games. Now it is time for the serious heavy hitters. Here we go. China Southern Cargo going to Shanghai in China. It is a 777 freighter. She's coming this way. It's the Bravo 20 Echo, November, 5 years old. First flight March 2020. Have a look at the airplanes that are stacked behind it. Another 777 to Willemstad, Curaçao. 777 to LAX. There's something to Chicago. And just look at the grime that is on those wings and flap surfaces. It's easy to see that the KLM Asia airplanes are influenced by the Chinese 777s in flap maintenance. That is absolutely horrible if you compare that with KLM's own flap surfaces. Now, quickly heading over to the computer, a massive big thank you for your super chat there, Johnny No Cash, who says, friends of quality content, boy, the world is saved. I've got my new beers and also some white wine, haha, so let's rock. Salvation is near. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your donation there, Johnny. I'm very happy for you. The day is saved. You can continue upwards and onwards. This is KLM Asia. Yeah, and those flap surfaces are not nearly as dirty as the previous 777s were, but they're also not nearly as clean as KLM's own are. In the meantime, Ramon is also in the chat. Good afternoon, and to all others, good afternoon to you too. Yillard says that the KLM Orange Pride to Sao Paulo is in pushback. So that's good news. Should be coming this way. In the meantime, the sun briefly shining here. Once again back. This is KLM flight 603 to LAX. It's a 777-200 the PHBQL. 19 years old, first flight February 2006. Wolfgang asks if Lisa is still there. She never came with me today. she wasn't here this morning, and nor is she here today. Regular working day for her today. Drew Gambino also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. This is KLM flight 611 to Chicago. Chicago O'Hare. We haven't seen Chicago O'Hare in the field today. Only yesterday did we see it once. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKL, 2 years old, first flight June 2022. And as the Dreamliner gains speed, you can see that the wings are creeping upward, climbing in height and in angle. Then upon rotation, the flex gets more full. Curvature starts to form. And a wannabe AMS Live logo, a look-alike, has been created. Wolfgang must have heard ghosts. Well, we did have Jendrusek and Lorenzo here for a while, but Lorenzo's voice definitely sounds different from Lise's. Ambulance over here, not exactly sure why. Haven't heard any sirens or anything. Also looks like they're not going to be... Oh, it's the Wish ambulance, right. So that's probably for sick children who want to see airplanes. They're making their wish come true. So, interestingly, there is a wide body on Cheaters Lane. TUI to Antalya, a 7878 Dreamliner. Emirates Sky Cargo behind it. This is a 787-10 to Calgary. And this is now leaving by the looks of it. The lights just went on. Britty Hopper, Embraer 190, flying on behalf of KLM to Newcastle, flight 957. 11-year-old airplane, first flight February 2014. Interesting will be to see which will be the next airplane after this, because it's going to be a wide body regardless. I'm just wondering if TUI will go first. I think it might. Yeah, it looks like it was already moving onto the runway, so apparently TUI is in a hurry. Once again, droplets are falling, and the sunshine is actually nice and warm. But it's interesting that it is actually now drizzling a little bit. Meanwhile, the sun is also coming out. Interesting weather. So, 2 wide bodies on the runway now. And the first airplane to take off is the TUI to Antalya. That's TUI flight 3019. That's a 7878 Dreamliner. The PHT FK, 10-year-old airplane, first flight May 2014. So yeah, this is no longer slight drizzle, this is just light rain right now happening. In the meantime, the sun is giving off quite a bit of warmth. As it is now shining on my back. Yeah, this is now the current status quo here. This is rain, this is no longer drizzle, this is rain. Interestingly, right above me is blue sky. I'm not going to point the camera up because then we'll get droplets on the lens. Let's see if we can weather through this without any droplets on the lens. Hey there Donna, good morning. This is KLM flight 677 to Calgary in Canada. Canada, still an independent nation. The PHBKO is the registration. Brand new airplane, first flight November 2024. Time for a 777 freighter from Emirates. Hey Ton, goedemiddag. So, rain and sun, he says, find the rainbow. Yeah, that's a good question. Where is the rainbow? So, yeah, I'm still not going to point the camera up too much because then you'll get droplets on the lens. but you can already see there's more blue. There's definitely also blue right above me. I don't know where the droplets are coming from. They must have traveled by wind. Orange Pride is now crossing the center runway coming this way. Thank you for the heads up there, Aphrodite. Good to see. This is Emirates Sky Cargo to Dubai World Center, flight 9920, 777 freighter, 11 years old, first flight September 2013. Rock and roll, baby. Now, once again, the wind has dropped and the sunshine has begun again. Actually, really warm again all of a sudden. I'm not complaining though. Orange Pride is approaching. And Delta Airlines flight 137 is now leaving. That's an A330neo to Detroit, Michigan. Registration November 425 Delta X-Ray. This is an airplane that is a year old. First flight was in October 2023. Flap surfaces still decent. Gear retraction, so heavy, goes so slowly. A330 gear retraction, it's like watching paint dry. So the Orange Pride, in the meantime, has arrived on the scene, the 777-300ER. We all know it very well, the PHBVA. Will be leaving as number 3 by the looks of it. Yeah, to Sao Paulo. First up, KLM flight 1755, that's an Embraer 190 to Hamburg. And after that, a KLM Embraer, no, not an Embraer, a 737 to Athens. Orange Pride over there. Flying today to Sao Paulo as KLM flight 791. Queuing up behind it is a KLM A330-300 to Washington. Right, and the KLM Embraer is moving, flight 1755 to Hamburg. A journey of 207 nautical miles. This is the PHEZF. The airplane is 15 years old. The first flight is July 2009. And a warm welcome to those of you who joined us only just now. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Standing here at the Polderbound for departures. Polderbound right now, the only runway for outbound traffic. If you joined us later, you might have missed... might have missed quite a few airplanes of interest already. The Saudia Cargo 747 left from Polderbound. We saw an A340-600 to Suriname. A CRJ, a single CRJ today. Now once again here, blue sky all over. Orange Pride is going to leave pretty soon. Pilatus PC-12 also took off from here, and a couple of other bizjets did too. Bombardier Global 6000, Learjet 45, I think there was another one. This is KLM flight 1955 to Athens, a 737-800. The the PHBCH. 6 years old, first flight March 2019. Right, now it is time for the Orange Pride, ladies and gentlemen, the PHBVA, flying today to Sao Paulo. 777-300ER, we all know what age it is, hailing from January 2008, 17 years old. It's going to Sao Paulo, that's in Latin America. You know what other country lies not too far from there? You're goddamn right. PHBVA is pulling up. Here we go. Flap surfaces seem to be influenced by the Chinese. They used to be spotlessly clean. KLM used to have a reputation, not repetition. Yeah. More heavy hitters. There's at least 2 more coming. This is KLM flight 651 to Washington. And this is KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. A320neo to Edinburgh is the narrow body to cleanse our palate with, and after that it looks like there's another Chinese triple coming this way. Willem Ossenbeck, Matus Corpo, goedemiddag. Fuck off is leaving. That was the fuck off. Fuck off to Washington. A330-300. Alrighty. Things just keep on going here. This is KLM flight 705. A 787-10 Dreamliner to Rio de Janeiro. Registration is the PHBKH, that's Bravo Kilo Hotel. The airplane is 4 years old, first flight May 2020. And Avon asks an interesting question. Are your hands heavy hitters? I am more of a kneading guy. So let's see what else is in the pipeline. It's now 1:30 and this runway is going to stay the only runway for outbound traffic for another half hour. Looking on the main platform area, there's a Chinese A350 to Guangzhou that also seems to be coming this way. Air Canada, a 777 is coming this way. I see an A330 to New York that is alive. There's a Chinese A330-200 to Chengdu underway. Air China Cargo. Embraer 190 to Bristol. The majority of the airplanes I'm now seeing on the platform that are destined to go away from Schiphol are wide bodies. So If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming. Should be good. Also, if you are enjoying the content and you want to help promote the channel's content for free to new people who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who might also be interested in joining our awesome community, leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. This is EasyJet flight 23302 to Edinburgh. That's an A320neo. It's not Jesus, but Guzeg. What the? Guzeg. G-U-Z-E-G. Guzeg. Brand new airplane. First flight February this year. Guzeg is leaving. So yeah, big picture overview. Now looking to the west, once again things mostly blue. Directly to the north, blue. Further to the north, looks a bit more unstable. Looking to the northeast, this is what it looks like. It does look like cumulonimbus clouds in the making. This is looking to the east, this is looking to the southeast, this is looking to the south, this is the southwest. So the rain once again has stopped and the sun has begun to shine, albeit a bit bleakly. The hybrid livery German Airways with the bottom being BA. Let's leave that for what it is and focus on what we are going to see next. China Southern Cargo flight 2574 going to Guangzhou in China. It's a 777 freighter. Registration simple Bravo 2072. The airplane 16 years old, first flight March 2009. She's spooling up. Showtime. No need to mention the flaps, they speak for themselves. Now, despite all the heavy hitters that are taking off, Donald and Daisy are still not giving a shizzle. They're enjoying the sunshine and are relaxing as a new batch of airplanes is coming this way. Albeit vaguely visible, that is the first of a new batch. That's number 190 to Bristol. The next airplane after that should be a bit better visible. That's an Air Canada 777-300ER. Naomi says it's in Dutch nice and busy with spotters. It certainly is. There are people north of me. There are people south of me. There are people walking past me. Looking in the distance towards the ambulance, you can also see the fence. And that's the official Spottersplatz parking lot. Quite a few people over there already. That was also the case yesterday. And I thought we had seen the last of the rain, but it once again has begun to drizzle over here. There's literally blue sky above me right now. I'm actually surrounded by blue sky, so I'm wondering where the rain is coming from. Must have drifted away from the cloud it originated from. And as I was saying, Air Canada, the 777-300ER, a bit better to see. Next to appear from the left should be Air China Cargo, an A330-200 to Chengdu in China. With an A320neo from EasyJet to Palma de Mallorca after that. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at the meter. I am curious to see what things have changed. So last time I I pasted the meter in the ticker. We had 22C and wind from the north, 9 knots, still CAV OK. A refresh now will tell us light showers, rain, 21C, wind is blowing from the northwest, 8 knots. And it's no longer CAV OK because we have few clouds at 7,000 feet, and apparently they've now changed to the lower 10,000 feet surrounding the airport. That's interesting because it always used to be 5,000 feet. Interesting. So apparently because we now have few clouds at 7,000 feet, it is no longer CAV OK. Light showers and rain, few clouds, cumulus clouds, 21 degrees C, the dew point 13. The air pressure 1014 hectopascals. No significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. I'm going to film the next departure first before pasting the meter in the ticker. British Hopper Embraer 190. So the airplanes keep coming. Next airplane over here is going to be an Air Canada 777-300ER. Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto. And I'm going to update the ticker with the meter from just now. So yeah, for the first time, light showers and rain mentioned in the meter. I'm a bit surprised because there's few clouds at 7,000 feet. And we always used to have the situation that if there was nothing on the lower 5,000 feet, it would be CAV OK. So I'm wondering what has happened, why all of a sudden now they're looking at the lower 10,000 feet. If anybody knows, chime in the chat by all means. Enlighten me and maybe others too. This is Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto, Canada. This is a 777-300ER. 18 years old already. First flight March 2007. Maple syrup. In the bank robber livery. What money we had left. Is now leaving to Canada with the Canadian bank robber. In the meantime, Jerome, what are you doing, mate? Captain Jerry Donnelly just now went ahead and gifted no less than 10 memberships. Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity once again. You didn't have to do it, nobody asked for it, but you did it anyway. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it. That is unsurpassed generosity. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the 10 recipients of Captain Jerry's gifted memberships. Don't forget, you have access to 32 custom emojis now that you can use for a month. Use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. I challenge you all to use custom emojis as inappropriately as possible and see what you guys can come up with. Use your creativity. I'm pretty sure that Jerry also has some voting advice for you guys who just became a new member. There's a poll running, or at least there are 6 polls running. The first round to select the new custom emoji. I think Captain Jerry has a specific preference. In the meantime, R&R, good afternoon. Once again, it's getting hot here, and that's because the sun is shining without any clouds in front of it. EasyJet Palma de Mallorca will be the next airplane to depart. And that gives me a moment to welcome Mitch back in the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you for your vote of confidence, for coming back into the lounge. We kept your seat warm, mate. Everything is still where you left it. Welcome back, mate. Thank you so much for the support. And don't forget, custom emojis. EasyJet is now spooling up. It's going to Palma de Mallorca, where I'm not sure if it is necessarily better weather than it is over here. It's warm, temperatures are in the 20s, and the splashing that you're hearing were 2 grebes above the waterline going under. What the actual F? First we had the Coots that felt they were like Jesus and were walking on water. Here's one of the grebes. Not sure where the other is. Always fashionable, love the hairdo. Liwo also back in the chat, good to see you, Liwo. Hope all is well with all of you. Time for a Chinese A330-200 to Chengdu in China. Air China Cargo Flight 3160. Registration is simple, Bravo 6092. It is 17 years old already. The first flight of this airplane was in October 2007. Good afternoon, Aviation Gaza. Peter suggests that I should do my hair like the Grebes. Well, as it happens, I did visit the hairdresser yesterday. So I guess I am a bit too late to ask for a Grebe hairdo now. First has to lengthen again. I have to grow it out a bit before the hairdresser will be able to make it more Grebe-like. I'll keep it in mind for the next time I'll visit the hairdresser, which will be in a couple of weeks from now. Bird control on the right, airplane on the left. Will they do a drag race? We've seen that happen before. This is KLM flight 641 to New York JFK. It's an A330-200, 19 years old, first flight October 2005. And its registration is FOC. fuck? PHAOC. As in, what the fuck just now happened with the Grebes? The airplane walks off to New York now. KLM flight 641. Leeuwen volunteers in Dutch to come past the runway, come by to the runway with a hair clipper. Well, as it happens, I do have hair clippers myself. For a short period of time earlier in my life, I did sport a buzz cut. Thanks for the offer, Leeuwen. Karsten, herzlich willkommen. Welcome back, mate. Good to see ya. Nate Hotshot asks, why are those planes registered in PH? Because they are registered in the Netherlands, and in the Netherlands airplanes are registered with PH. Bus cut down under, Captain Jerry asks, that's not a subject to discuss in a supposedly family-friendly channel, mate. JPN asks, who's the young Spielberg filming near you? Is he an apprentice? That is Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet, aka Siegfried. John Dutch Canadian has to go. Prep for surgery. All the best, mate. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Stuff is going on below the water surface, by the looks of it. Or is this just the wind? Wind has picked up again, so I'm not too sure about it. Hey! Oh no. For a moment I thought that something was wrong with the airplane, but it just is departing from Cheater's Lane, which is why it is relatively close by and was still looking to be a bit slow. Just perception. Perceptive error on my end. This is a jet, but on the tin it says Anadolu jet. Going to Istanbul. That's a Max 8737. Which, if you didn't recognize it or saw it on flight radar, you could hear just by the engine sound. Michael Asta also has to prep for work. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Don't forget to look back the CRJ if you haven't already in replay. Does anybody remember the time it departed? It was Lufthansa flight 2302 or 3 to Munich. That much I still remember. Shamrock flight 605 now to Dublin, Ireland. And the angry looking Chinese A350 behind it. It's 10 minutes to 2. Pretty soon the secondary runway will open up again for outbound traffic. Wait, no! No, it has already begun. What? They're already opening up the secondary runway 10 minutes prior to the normal time. What the fudge? Right, well in that case, not sure how much interesting traffic we are still going to see. After this departure, that is. This is China Southern Airlines to Guangzhou in China. It's an A350-900 Bravo 30 EA. 5 years old already. Oh, up, and away it goes. So, we have two airplanes now at the threshold. JetBlue to New York JFK. The JetBlue to Boston already left, Sarah. It left before you entered in the chat. And this is an E2 Embraer 195 to London Heathrow. Right, so Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia is making its way over here. Norwegian might also come this way. There isn't a lot otherwise on the platform by the looks of it. What is bird control doing? The dude was out of his vehicle, now back in again. Last time I thought the bird control was doing something that might have been interesting. He was taking a piss. Might be that he did that, but that would be a strange location to be doing it, because there is quite a sizable audience here. And the police might even give them a fine. Nah, pretty sure that they won't. Police first has to cross over and enter the terrain. They first have to open up the gates on the bridge. E2 Embraer 195 to London Heathrow. So yeah, once again, unadulterated sunshine here, no clouds to be seen in a big chunk of the sky. Things have varied, the sky has varied quite substantially in short periods of time. Now looking to the west, this is what it currently looks like. On ground level it also feels like the wind currently is, well no, it's more northwesterly. That's where the wind is coming from on ground level. This is looking to the west, this is northwest, this is north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest. So the darkness of 1.5 to 2 hours ago no longer is here. Absolutely amazing to see such a difference in sky in the backdrop. This is JetBlue flight 62289 to New York JFK. A321neo, November 4073 Juliet, 2 years old, first flight February 2023. Hey Steve, good to see ya. Who just came in from work. Mark also back, good to see you, mate. And J4D3 asks, what country is JetBlue from? It is from the United States of America, my friend. JetBlue flying to Amsterdam from Boston, Massachusetts, and from New York JFK. Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia is now coming this way. Let's see, KLM Embraer 190 to Norwich, Norwegian to Oslo. Not seeing any wide bodies after the Delta. Bob is announcing it is time for his much needed beauty sleep. Thank you so much for joining there, mate. Now I think with no wide bodies after this Delta, I think I'm going to make it the last airplane of today's show and then catch you all again tomorrow. In the meantime, Gary Grebe is over here. It's actually rather busy in the water. So we have Gary Grebe over here. We have Chris Coot now over here. We have Gertrude Grebe over there. We have Donald and Daisy right here. Question then is, where are the Crow crew and the Seagulls? I'm not seeing them. Actually, interesting, the field next to me is now completely empty. It did have a few crows earlier in the morning. Maybe they're now too exposed to the sunshine and have sought higher ground. When I walk this way from the parking lot in these trees, I often see quite a substantial amount of them. Right now I'm not seeing any of them. Although there is a bird over there. Yes, I think that is Russell. That's Russell Crowe, alright. For a moment he was MIA, but we found him. I'm also hearing an airplane passing by overhead, but I'm looking and I'm not seeing any contrails whatsoever. That's a shame. Yesterday was a good day. No, wait. Monday was a good day for contrail spotting. Everything passing overhead was producing a fat contrail. J4D3 asks what my favorite airline is. That's a good question. I don't have personal experience with a lot of airlines, so as a passenger, it is hard to give a proper evaluation. Looking at the airplanes in the fleet, looking at the livery and whatnot, I have to say that I think ITA is one of my favorites right now. Just because of the prettiness of the livery combined with A220s. I think they also have A350s that are in the same livery, even though they're not flying to Amsterdam. If I have to call one, if I have to name one, I think that would be one of them. But this is a very difficult question. The real answer is always more nuanced. It's always nuanced. Unless it comes down to the proper pronunciation of airplanes, then it is just People saying it should be ER. Bonkers. People saying it's Houston. No, it's Houston. It's Austin. No, it's Austin. I've studied English for a long time, I know. Last airplane of the day. It's Delta Airlines Flight 75. Going to Atlanta, Georgia. A330-300. Tractor in the meantime, passing by to the south on the cycling path. I think the ambulance might have to move. But that's their concern. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia, November 803, November Whiskey, A330-300. "21 years old, first flight August 2003. And we're celebrating the beginning of a new year, courtesy of birth control, setting off some fireworks. Aviation Gaza says, Egypt Air is one of my favorite liveries. I have to agree that they have a very pretty livery. I also like special liveries, for instance, the Quetzalcoatl from Aeromexico. Yeah, it's hard to pick a definitive favorite. As always, there's something to be said about almost everything that you see over here. Right. With the grebe and the coots and the duckies over here in the water and the sun once again shining, I am going to wrap it up for today, guys. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did enjoy the content and you want to help promote the channel to new people who are also into live aviation streams, consider leaving a like and subscribing if you haven't already. Thank you all so much for the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, becoming a member yourself and whatnot. You guys rock. Also a big thank you to all the moderators for once again keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Hope to see you all tomorrow. If all is well, I should be out again. We've done 2 days the Polderbaan now, so maybe Kaagbaan, if the wind is favorable, is another location to be going to tomorrow. Hope to see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your days. Stay safe and see you soon. Bye for now, guys.